Grind.
Now, there we go. Okay, we're back. I managed to build something. There's not really many things to build, but decoration-wise, but quite a job to get here. To produce enough food to actually live. And even at that, you know, you still need to be hunting and that. So we need to hit the forest, the second biome. We'll find some more temples, we'll unlock some more junk. Surely they've got some kind of furniture. You know, but it's a pity this could have been such a decent game. Now we need to bring some supplies. Um, yeah, we definitely need to bring some supplies. So I need something for markers anyway. So we need to bring some flowers, and I've got some food stockpiled. Um, what else do we need to bring? That's about it for the forest, really. I've already got a shack up with a bed and some minor storage. What do I need for this anyway? So we will be putting up the red flags. So the stuff I can get there, but we just need to bring those flowers. Not too bad. I need to bring up maybe 5 or 6 of those. Oh, and some food, obviously. We need mushrooms and we need potatoes. So, oh, we can put these in storage. Let's say we bring 20 of each. As a backup. Yeah. Right, that should keep us alive the other side for a while. Okay, we need some food here, let's see. Okay with that anyways. There. Quickly grab some water. I managed to put the rain catchers here, which kind of looks a lot better. There, okay, let's go. So we need to go to the first checkpoint. Well, it's basically right near the forest. I can kind of get rid of that later. Hi, Jarton. And how have you been? But when I was playing No Man's Sky, I was coming in here during the day on this island, gathering up the resources and, getting stuff and making sure we have enough food. So we're kind of okay. But it's taken a lot to get to the stage in this game where you can actually support yourself for food. It's brutally scarce, So we've only finished one island, and we can go in now and do the forest. There's some bears and stuff. I made up some arrows. Not sure if they'll work. But this is what I've done on this, so we're pretty okay now. I've got a thing for racks there, and this is storage. and our house, and I've got some fish nets and lobster pots. Speaking of lobster pots, yeah, okay. Let's get these before we go, guys. Oh, for goodness sake. There it is. Now I need some rotten meat to rebait that. Might as well bring it. Yeah, it's coming along. No real decorations, Jarton. You know, it doesn't do a good job with the way the level is designed. It's everything is too scarce and it's too frustrating. And even with the building, they didn't do a decent job because the only furniture really is a bed. You know, whether I unlock some other stuff, I don't know. But it's a game that wasn't a success, and it's a pity because the graphics are pretty good for a survival game. Yeah, they're pretty decent for a survival game. It's such a pity. There, that's all baited again. Might as well bring the crabs if it doesn't want to eat them. Why not? We'll eat them now. Yeah, so that's that there, and I've been working on this. Now that's plenty enough food. I did put up a greenhouse, wasted a ton of materials. It's so stupid. It doesn't water the plants, so you've got to water them manually. You have to do it out here sometimes, but at least when it rains, you can skip that. And anyway, it's the modern looking stuff. It doesn't really suit with a kind of beach build. Hmm. The 404 bills, yeah. Valheim is a pretty good building game. It's a pity about the graphics. But they're still okay, you know what I mean? You can do some nice stuff. You've seen some of my Valheim builds. That very first one I did with the lighthouse and the huge dock and the manor. Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, if we could get a game with the kind of Skyrim kind of graphics and let's say the kind of building options in Valheim. Imagine, a game with obviously a better story than Skyrim, with even better graphics, the same size, where you could build whatever wherever you wanted to. That would be something, wouldn't it? Mm. But this is very middle of the road. Mm. Yeah, it's bad. Well, it's not bad. It's okay. But if I didn't play any of the other Elder Scrolls, I'd say, well, that's the way it is. But that's not always the way it was. I much preferred the story in Oblivion. You know. Now, I never played Morrowind, but if you speak to anyone who played Morrowind, they'll say they much preferred the story there than Oblivion. So, it seems like every time they come out with a new game, they skim more and more and more. You know, like what? Think of their latest one from their studios. Would have been Fallout 76, and I've never played that one, but that's basically just fetch quests, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, I never played it. I tell you what, I would love to see, but you're not going to get it from BGS. Oblivion was, you know, definitely proof. The best that would happen with Morrowind is, they might just fix up the graphics a bit. You know, that's it. Hmm. Shouts and Skyrim felt out of place. Yeah, yeah. Um, I suppose, the way they should have going with that, let's say, would be maybe some kind of weapon. Yeah, they could have gone with the kind of Arthurian legend with that, Jarton, let's say. Instead of shouting, yeah, that you were destined to pick up some kind of weapon that only you could wield, and you needed a weapon to kill a dragon. I would have going with something like that. Do you know what I mean? Because they went out of their way to reference a lot of Arthurian legends as well. You know, with little Easter eggs here and there. But the shouting was a bit much. But you had magic and potions as well. But I would have given it a little bit of a different twist. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. And that was the problem. They didn't tell any lies, but they lied by omission in a sense. They said it was getting done on the other engine. What's it called again? But it was only a graphics overhaul. It was the engine on top of the creation engine. Yeah, yeah. I like what Avowed did with the spellbook thing. I never played it. Um, I seen a video about it on the YouTube, and I had a look around, and oh my god. Um, is it true, Jordan, that the NPCs in the towns and villages were static? Now that's something new. Yeah, they were literally static. They were just backdrops. Yeah, oh, the really, really, really bad stuff. But you can't really blame the devs. The devs are capable of doing some stuff. It's just basically what they're taught to do. Some of them move. Cutting edge stuff. A moving NPC. Yeah, it's a pity, isn't it? It's probably they've ruined it like they did with this game, really. And how have you been, Jonathan? How's life been treating you? And how's the weekend going for you guys so far? Yeah, but that's the story with that. I assumed Unreal, on the Unreal Engine. Oh, blah blah blah. Oblivion will be done with the Unreal Engine, and then as a bonus, BGS were not doing it. I said, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. They're going to make the game from the ground up on the Unreal Engine. Okay, they'll bring over some stuff, but we won't have to deal with the Creation Club, the Creation Engine jank, and the bugs. And then when it was nearing completion, I kind of dug in a little bit, and I found that it was only a graphics overhaul and maybe a few little tweaks here and there, but it was still on the bones of the Creation Engine, which means all of the stuff that was in it before is still there, guys. The bugs, the jank, all of that. And because they're using the Unreal Engine as well for graphics, you'll probably get a few extra ones. Yeah. Ah, that's good. Yes, I have as well. I just finished. Was it Wednesday? Yeah. I just finished the expedition. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. There's gonna be trouble. I know the Unreal 5 engine is not popular with modders. Yeah. Apparently, it's pretty hard to get around. Hmm. But there's some companies. The money they spend, it's unbelievable. If they can, they'll probably work towards AI. Doing the games. That's going to be fun, isn't it? You know. But to be honest, the story writing anyway, it looks like, it was done from ChatGPT. It's pretty bad. Hmm. They made a RoboCop game on Unreal Engine, and it's not bad, but it also has bugs. PC only. PC only. Uh, this constant thing they're doing with, let's say that there's bugs. Would you say it's a combination of, just some lazy work getting done, you know, or not dedicating the time they need to the code? Or would it be more that they're cutting corners and they're using passcode and taking code out from other games or whatever the case may be? I know a lot of the issues on some of the games, especially, the games where, let's say, there's one, two, and three. Um, like BGS are notorious for recycling code. And from what I know or what I heard about, let's say, once you start putting code into an engine, early on, let's say, in the engine's life, and then you put some more code and you'll get it to kind of fit in with that and that and that. And then when it starts to give problems, if you wanted to change the code you put in first, you're talking about changing the whole code, like redoing an engine. Mm. Yeah, yeah. But it seems like that they don't put enough work into it or something. Yeah, they need a lot of RAM. Yeah, yeah. The 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 tech is not really up to, like, if you see what they're doing now, let's say with storage and the cards and stuff, they're coming out. Oh yes, we've got a card and it's 15% more powerful. Blah blah blah. The likes of Nvidia and that. Um, it's basically the same chip as before, except they're kind of doubling down on it. It's like, let's say, something new. But the only way I can see things move forward in AI and gaming, I suppose, would be part of it. I had this conversation before. When they were doing this scam, you know, where they had what 500 billion invested in AI, and they wanted to commit another 500 billion. Remember that? It was more like a kind of a Ponzi scam. And then some Chinese company came out with something they made in a few months for a couple of mil. You know what I mean? But I can't see it push, like, they can do a lot. They'll double up on the chips, and apparently they were using thousands of high grade Nvidia chips. But unless they come up with something, some kind of major breakthrough, I can't see it get to the stage they want it to be. Like, let's say before a microchip, they were using transistors. Everything was done. Transistors were wow, kind of thing. And then the microchip chip came along, and that, kind of blew everything away. So you need something that would make the microchip look like a transistor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, let's say the simplified way of looking at it is, Nvidia are always trying to come out with a better chip. And, I've looked at the past chips now. I know nothing about that kind of tech. But there's one thing I realized. It's basically the same chip and it has more cores. You know what I mean? It uses more energy and it heats up more. You know what I mean? Now, I did hear that, was it Microsoft? Now, this is only a rumor. You know what rumors are like. I think it's Microsoft. They have a research facility in Australia, and they were working on something that would give zero heat, you know, some kind of quantum thing. This could be all just a load of BS. And they had a team in Australia doing that. So whatever happened, they shut it down. Uh, they didn't sack everyone, but they gave them a ton of money to move to the US. Now, let's say, being able to do that without any heat, well, that would be something. That would push it forward a bit, if you didn't have the heat problem. You could get that stuff up and running without, any serious issues with heat. But personally, I think it's just a lot of BS. Mm. But yeah, it's not going to go much further. They can do what they're doing. They can optimize a bit. Yeah, I don't know. But like you're talking about, you're going way into quantum. You know, producing that kind of tech with zero heat. Um, uh, I don't know, but it will be a major breakthrough if they did. Yeah, yeah. Well, maybe they're on the right track of something. But imagine having massive servers and stuff up with minimum heat. Like the cost saving alone, you could generate more. You know, a lot of it is it's bottlenecked by the amount of heat. Hmm. The water powered motor, yeah, yeah. Well, hydrogen is a good way to go. A lot of the car companies have been kind of looking into that, but it's by no way uh, a kind of recent development. You know, uh, some countries were messing with hydrogen back in the early 1900s. You know, there was one accident in particular with hydrogen, but it was I think it was just before the First World War. The Germans did a hydrogen submarine, working perfect. But they were not careful. Hydrogen is pretty unstable. But apparently on the submarine there was a leak, and everyone died on the submarine. So yeah, they kind of shoved it for a while. You know, but hydrogen is well, it's the most abundant substance, in the universe. It just removes the hydrogen molecules from the water and that. The problem is, hydrogen is very very unstable. So that's the reason I said that they weren't really interested. Now, one of the Japanese companies, and this again is rumor, but they came up with a system. Now the problem is hydrogen is unstable, so you've got a storage tank, so bad. They reckon they've come up with an engine that would only make exactly enough hydrogen that the engine uses. So instead of storing it, the engine would make it on the fly. You know what I mean? With minimum storage of maybe a quarter litre, which would be tame. Now, if that's the case, that's a major breakthrough. That's bye bye oil companies, you know. Um, Apparently, on 50 litres of water, it would do something like 600 or 700 kilometres. And you could fill it up with your garden hose. But we've heard these ones before. But like, even if they have that tech, guys, let's say if that was introduced overnight, um, well, oil would take a dip, wouldn't it? Big time. Like what, 90% of consumption of oil is from automobiles. So that was done. Yeah, the oil industry was done, and the problem is, if the oil industry goes, a lot of world economies will go with it. You know. So yeah, I can't see them doing anytime too soon. And there's no profit, in selling someone an automobile, uh, and then that's it. You just get a one-off payment. It's like the way they sell a game. They're not happy with you paying for the game. They'll leave stuff out and then sell it to you in pieces through microtransactions, and it's something like that. There's lots of technologies that have been neglected, over the past 50, 100 years. Solar would be one. The only breakthroughs they made in solar was indirectly by the likes of cell phones, because they're generating obscene amounts of money for companies. So that's when the lithium battery thing, kind of came in. Storage now is a bit better. Yeah, yeah. Well, they'll go with economies will fall. They will. Yeah, of course. You know, the Middle East is finished, when that happens. And, a lot of countries are. But why I find it kind of skeptical that the Japanese company came up with a system like that, where it could make hydrogen on the fly and it wasn't dangerous. Um, you wouldn't have to use that in cars, Jonathan. You could make power stations that literally ran on seawater, you know. You could literally make like power stations. So you're talking about almost free energy. Now this now it starts to sound like a fairy tale, doesn't it? But even if that tech was there, there was no way that we were going to get that. So when you're talking about almost free energy, well then you're talking about maybe countries that have food problems. You know, massive greenhouses in the desert kind of thing. Growing enough food for the population. There's lots of other problems that it would solve. Then let's say economies, if they had almost free energy to run factories, that would bring costs down. But when costs come down in something, it doesn't mean that the customer's cost goes down. It just means more profit, for employers and corporations, and that's the problem. You know, any breakthroughs made there in cost saving will not be passed on. You know, much like the thing they have in politics. I see it come around maybe every 20, 25 years, Jonathan. Is this? Did you ever hear of trickle down economics? Oh, that's an absolute scream. But the first time I remember hearing of that was in the 70s. Then there was another government in the 80s. About every decade, some government somewhere will come up with this great idea called trickle down. It's like a guy that did a Ponzi scheme. Yeah, and everyone found out what it was, and then he changed some wording in it, and kind of reinvented again. But basically, the premise is that if you give corporations huge tax breaks at the taxpayer's expense, they will use that money like Ebenezer Scrooge. They'll go out and they'll give it to their employees, and they'll build more factories, and they'll raise their wages, and they'll do wonderful things. Um, but all it is really is a reward for, let's say, supporting a certain government. Yeah, it's so stupid. Like, it's an insult to anybody's intelligence that they would believe this. So it's basically a reward for the contributions they gave them, and obviously staying big with corporations. But what happens, and this has been proved time and time again, they'll use that money, Jonathan, to buy back stock, to make their company more valuable. They'll start buying back their stock, right? They'll give themselves huge bonuses and raises, and if there's any money left over, they'll buy government bonds. You know what I mean? They'll buy government bonds and then, maybe invest in someone's political future again. That's basically what happens. And we, the taxpayer, would pay for that. Because, that's coming out of the tax coffers and somebody's going to have to replace it. Yeah, obvious. Think about it. If somebody gave me a huge tax break, I would probably do the same. You know what I mean? And anyone that that says that or would kind of how could I put this? Anyone that would suggest that in government and think it's a good idea either know zero about human nature and politics and money, or else they're basically just rewarding their chums. Yeah, yeah. Let's be honest about this. Yeah, but having said that, that's because we don't have tons of cash. But I would like to think that, if I was a multi billionaire like these guys, and, I had plenty of enough money, um, that I wouldn't spend in 100 lifetimes, that I would like to do something decent with it, you know, to be remembered, let's say, not as a greedy tycoon, but as someone that, you know, tried to give back a little, you know. But yeah, we would, because, it's a once in a lifetime chance. Yeah, but that's trickle down economics. was the first one I heard talking about that in the 70s. Didn't the Tories do that, Jonathan, in the UK? In the 70s under Thatcher, wasn't it? They're trying that trickle-down economics. Yeah, I think it was. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I think it was. Well, that's the first time. Obviously, it's been done before, but that's the last one I can remember. There was a trend that started too in the early '80s, if you remember. Um, but the atmosphere in the UK was a lot different then than it was now. People did kind of lean, let's say, I suppose, a little bit more towards the right. I remember I was living and working in the UK, and that was during the mining strike. Do you remember that? You remember Arthur Scargill? You know, and I remember the media took this, and I absolutely ran with it. But if you were reading the tabloids and stuff like that, the trash stuff, like the Sun, they're absolutely on the record, dishonest liars, um, and they tend to sensationalize everything. But they literally demonized Arthur Scargill. I was too young to really know much about it, to be honest. You know. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. So they made it out like there were some kind of terrorists, Jonathan, and they really struck them hard. You know, there was protests and that, and the police came in pretty heavy-handed, horses, batons, breaking people's heads. Like something you would see back in the '60s. During the kind of hippie revolution kind of thing. Um, but basically, what was happening is it was the people fighting back against the corporation. What they were doing is they were making them work in really dangerous conditions. They were giving them barely enough pay to live, and they weren't even wage slaves. It was pretty bad. Their conditions were it was brutal. Um, and that time, coal was very important for energy and stuff like that. So the union said that that's it, enough is enough, and they started to strike. And the corporations didn't like this, because that might cut into their profits a little bit. And corporations always had government in their pocket, so government backed them on that. Then they got the media to make it look a lot worse, you know. But all these guys wanted was a decent living wage. They were doing dangerous work that had serious implications on their health. So enough money to live and to pay their bills, nothing special, and, a bit of health care or something like that, which I think they really deserved, you know. But, yeah, it was pretty bad. Hmm. Like, I was quite young. To me, it was just a thing that happened. I didn't really look into it. It was only as I got older when I kind of backtracked through it a bit. But unions. Well, from then, really, with that kind of backlash from the media and the government under Tories, unions started to get a lot tamer. After that, and now, well, really, anywhere you go, even here, um, they're pretty much working hand in hand with corporations, and they're just there to take fees. That's about it. Right, let's go and do this. But almost wherever you go, government will always side with corporations over the voting public. Every time. They'll put a spin on it, obviously. They're not going to say that, you know. But, the old story of, believe what you see, not what they say. Always do that. Believe what you see. not what they say. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. But it's there's a lot of corporations now. We'll go to the likes of oh, let me see, the likes of Amazon, and where wasn't one of the game companies recently formed a union? Was it BGS, or was it Grand Theft Auto, or the guys that did that? But yeah, um, people were telling me in the US, and I don't know how true it is. It's just word of mouth that where they're working, there would even be signs up saying unions are bad. The kind of they were demonizing unions, that they're just there and they're con men, they're there to take your money, and much like, let's say, the kind of scare tactics that were used in the 50s, with communism and stuff like that. you know well, unions are pretty bad for a company, to be honest. um, the priority of a company is to make as much money as possible. So paying someone a decent wage wouldn't fit into their strategy. You see, most companies really started from the 70s, or definitely the 80s, where air travel got a lot better, and obviously the internet, where lots of companies moved from their home countries and set up shop in Asia and other countries where the labor was, much, much cheaper. So money talks, you know. Hmm. Oh, hi, Young. How have you been? So you get that kind of stuff as well, and it's been going on everywhere, you know. And this outsourcing as well. The outsourcing thing happened then as well. But now I think even that's kind of dying out because they're working on this AI tech. Take for instance, let's say something maybe closer to us would be, let's say, Microsoft. I'm playing their games, whatever, on the console, but very, very recently, Microsoft let go, what was it, 9,000 employees. Most of them would be from the help desk and stuff like that. And apparently now they've been implementing AI. So if you think about it, if there's a job they can get AI to do, well, obviously they're going to implement it. You don't want to be paying wages and stuff. So the more that AI would advance, let's say in robotics, let's say to build cars and do stuff, well, that's jobs lost. And anything. I mean anything, to working in a cafeteria, to hotel management, to factories, to farming. If they can get AI to do it, they'll sack their workforce. So let's imagine, let's say, you know, it's like some kind of sci-fi where you can get robots and AI to do everything. Well, that doesn't look very good, does it? You know, in an ideal world, let's say everyone would get a kind of universal kind of thing, and you'd be living in a paradise where robots are doing everything, and the career you'd follow would be not for money, but for fulfillment. Something like something dodgy from Star Trek. But the way it will be is there will be, mega, mega, mega rich people, and everyone else will be living in mud huts. You know, but I can't see it go that far. The displacement and the poverty that will cause would lead to a massive, massive rebellion. You know, but there was something a little lesser on that, like let's say during the Industrial Revolution, when you know people were working in textile factories. They were doing looms and stuff like that. They were doing everything by hand, and a massive workforce. And then this kind of steam power and stuff came in to start making the machines to do it, and people were getting sacked. Um, but I think one of the most noted incidences would have been in Holland, where the workers would jam junk into the cogs of the machine, to break the machine, to try and save their jobs. But apparently at that time, they used to wear wooden clogs. And the clogs, I think, in their language, were called sabots, and they would jam them into the machines and try to break them and whatever the case may be. So I think the word saboteur, directly comes from that, you know, kind of thing. Been good, nice, playing some Cyberpunk. I've been a member of unions over my career, and in my experience, they are worthless. Yeah, yeah, I think they're too cozy with corporations. However, my brother is one, and they did a great work for him. No, well, that's good. So there is some use. A few years ago, I think it depends on the industry, and it depends how deep they're in. This is one thing I couldn't understand. I remember I was a kid, Jonathan, and I was hired on as a kind of a seasonal worker. So that means you'll be guaranteed maybe 5, 6 months, and then they'll let you go. I think the law is here if you're working there for a year and a day, you have to be full time, and you get full time rights. Now, so as a temporary worker there, really I had no rights. They could basically drop me anytime they wanted to, and we kind of knew that. But from day one working there, yeah, Jonathan, union fees were taken from our pay. So could you explain to me why a corporation, a company, would take part of your wages? I know it wasn't much, but that's beside the point. And give it to the union. Don't you have to be? Don't you specifically have to join a union? And for a temporary worker to join a union would be useless. You know. So you're telling me there's not a cozy? Yeah, is that not a cozy relationship where corporations are fleecing part-time employees and giving unions money, and probably unions are scratching their back as well. Yeah, it makes no sense. It wasn't much at the time. Let's say with inflation and money and stuff, uh, in today's money, about maybe £10 a week, sterling. We wouldn't even, bother about it, but it was still a payment for a service we weren't getting. And it wasn't the union that was asking for the money. It was the company that was taking it from your wages and paying them. You know. Yeah, of course it should be a choice. But yeah, but that's even one thing. But like, do you not think it's a bit of a conflict of interest when a union is there to protect you from a corporation? Yet the corporation are the ones taking the payment and giving it to the union. Isn't that a little bit chummy? Where the union is doing something shady for the benefit of, or the corporation is doing something shady for the benefit of the union. So then you'd say to yourself, well, these guys are basically a tag team, like fake wrestling, where two guys would, hate each other in the ring, and then they'd go back to the bar and laugh and, counter box and say, oh, we really fooled that crowd, didn't we? Yeah. Yeah, that's why I've got no faith in unions. They're way, 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 way too chummy. Now, there is a story like your brother where they will have people here and there, but they need those little wins. And to be honest, I think corporations let them have these little wins just to kind of give the illusion that they're there for a reason, you know? Yeah, Hoffa. He's probably in the desert somewhere. But Hoffa was massively compromised as far as I know. Yeah, I think he was in with organised crime and, they really did a lot there, didn't they? But do you remember the first unions that formed? Actually, as far as I know, the first unions formed in the UK, the Trades Guild, and the king sent his guys out and murdered every single last one of them. But the real kind of rights that people had, let's say, as employees, really started after the plague. You know, it devastated Europe. I think one third or maybe even half the people died. There was a massive, massive shortage of labour and skilled labour especially. So wherever there's a shortage in demand, um, to a certain extent you can name your price. So they were no longer working for food and lodgings as literal serfs. And that was the kind of breakthrough. Funny too, isn't it? Right. Um, we're going to the forest. We'll go right here, and then we'll see if we can find these places. Well, we need to find the temples and all of that stuff, and try to stay alive as well. It's not too bad now. I can make snake poison stuff and anti-venom stuff like that. I still can get a little dodgy. Okay. Oh, I'm gonna try out. Oh, hang on. Got that already. They should respawn. I thought I heard a piggy. I heard a little grunt. He's okay. We're not too bad for food for a while anyway. The whole map is made like a maze. We're going the wrong way. Actually, to get out of here, we need to go around this side of the island. Oh, and this is like a kind of building survival. You're dumped off on an island, you've got to pick sticks and stones, find places, discover recipes, things like that. The problem with the game is it's frustrating. There's bad level design, probably the worst I've ever seen. And it's the building. It's rather slow. The scenery is pretty decent for what it is. It's tops on that. But a lot of people give it bad reviews because they leaned too hard into you know the food aspect of it. Probably, I haven't played the forest, but I think the reason they did that was there's not much else in the game. The islands are pretty small. There's not a lot to do, and if your time wasn't taken up, 24/7, trying to get food and water to survive, there wouldn't really be much in the game. But it makes for a very frustrating game. Would you believe, Jonathan, that this game only has 360 followers? I've never seen such a low number on the game. You know where you'd put on Cyberpunk, it'd be like 50,000 or 100 or two, where people would follow the game. 360 people, isn't it? Now, I was doing the achievements and I actually did one of the achievements. And you know where you get tracked gamers, people who sign up to be tracked when they get achievements. Now, I know that's only a small percentage of people, but if you try stuff like, let's say, Cyberpunk or, things like that, let's say you get an achievement and we'll say, oh, 20,000 tracked achievers got this, and 25,000 got that, and 50,000 got that, or even some of the lesser known games, 2,000 people got that, or 1,700 people got that. Well, I got achievement on this, and do you know how many tracked gamers? And this was on Steam. How many tracked gamers got the achievement? 10. I've never seen such low numbers, and I'll tell you why. This is the kind of game that, unless you're really, really into these kind of games and you've got the patience of Job, before you even leave the island, you're going to quit this game. I would say that 90% of people that played this game didn't even leave the first island because you're dropping dead every 5 minutes. It's too confusing. There's not enough food. You could try to drink some water, you get poisoned. You try to look for the flowers, let's say. To do that, you use them up too fast. and you just keep dying endlessly, and they said, "That's it. No, this is not fun. It takes the fun out." Yeah, it takes the fun out. But once you get to the stage where, you can support yourself, it's not too bad. But by then, as I said, most people would have just, abandoned the game. So I can understand why, it's not that popular anymore. Valheim had a decent system where there was plenty of berries and food around, so at least you could survive. You'd have low health, you know, but it wasn't too bad. If you wanted better health and better stats, you got better food, which made sense. Here, you need food, period. And I remember after eating some food and I was cooking some others, my food was dropping almost as fast as I was cooking. So this guy is quite an appetite. it's it's one of the most frustrating games I've ever played. The first month in this game, the first 20 days or so, you've almost got to play it like a strategic game where every second counts. You know, every second counts. But it's a pity. It's a game that had a lot of potential. Now it's marketed as a kind of relaxing survival game, but it is far from relaxing. Okay, there's no animals that much that will kill. There's a few odd snakes, all right, that will give you a bite, and if you don't get anti-venom after a certain amount of time, you're dead. There's some bears, I think, in the forest, but you know, you leave. Oh, it's absolutely torturous. Yeah, I have some VODs where I try to work it out, but I needed a few days to come in and get a bit frustrated and shout a little bit to figure out the way it goes. You're basically on a timer on the start of this game, you know, and it's very vague and it's very very hard to spot anything, but it is pretty nasty. Now, every time you drink water, you have a 1 in 3 chance of getting poisoned. Every time you sleep, there's about a 1 in 10 chance you'll get bitten by a spider. Now you have to go find some stuff again. You try to sleep in a tent in the forest and you're eaten straight away by a bear. It forces you to build all the time when resources are so scarce. But out from that, it's a really good game. Yeah, it doesn't give a good experience, you know. Now we'll start to do a bit of hunting when we get. I haven't explored the forest. All of the stuff I've done was here. Getting these resources and building that junk. But I put this minor camp down here near the portal to the forest, so we'll have somewhere. You'd want a few of these as well because you'd die pretty quickly with lack of food and stuff. There's a jungle biome, there's a forest one, and then there's some kind of mountain one with snow. So I'm imagining the one with snow. Once we get in there, I suppose we'll freeze to death. So we'll probably have to kill something. We'll probably unlock something to build some kind of maybe fursuit or something. That might not be too bad. Oh yeah, here, like you don't overheat in the day, but the second it gets to 7 p.m. on this game, you'll freeze to death. You'll get a hypothermia. So if you're out too far from your base camp, you'll never make it back. Oh, I have a light on this now, but in the beginning everything was pitch dark. Couldn't see where I was going. But now I've got a light, so it's not too bad. But yeah, really, really torturous game. But once you can support yourself, it's a nasty grind to get there. But I suppose there's a sense of achievement that you don't let the game get the better of you. Now this is my base camp here, and I kind of need that. Now, when we get to the forest, what we really need to look out for is ore. It's mega, mega rare. And dragging that stuff. That other base I built down there, it's close to the mountain one. Oh yeah, there's no compass, Jonathan, so you don't know where you are. And there's no real map. You want to see the map? It won't show you where you are on the map either. This is the map. There's the map. It's just a picture. Now we're on the top one. And my camp would be roughly around that top. See that square thing at the top? Yeah, somewhere around there. Ridiculous. You don't know where you are on the island, and there's no compass. So the only way you can really get around these places, as in real life, if you're lost on a small island, you would have to skirt kind of, skirt around the kind of the the beach, to kind of figure out where you are. Now you see that little green dome at the bottom? That's where you start. See those blue things? They're actually the temples. You've got to get there and you've got to collect this thing and you unlock recipes, right? And you see that door symbol? That's a cave. You've got to find the hidden key and raid that for 2 objects. All of that is done here on this one. So we're now working on the forest one. That's the one just below there, you see it, the forest one. So as we're coming in, the door thing is there, it's down the side. And we've got the 3 temples. And you see the little dome, that's where we come in. On the bottom, you see it? That dome. So if we're making our way to that, it would be just direct straight line basically. A temple on the side and then that thing from there. This one is a little more dangerous now. Now, there'll be a key for that somewhere hidden. Like on this one here, it said something about find an island with 1 tree near the beach. So we did. It was just across, and on the other end of the island, underwater, there was a chest. So there'll be something like that. I don't know if it will be underwater, probably. And then we eventually get to the last biome. But they've made it so tortuously grindy. It takes time to do. It is kind of fun, to be honest, but it's a pity they fail miserably on the mechanics of it. Right, let's water these guys before we that's my little backup.
Unlock every morning.
Oh, you get a canteen, Jonathan. Listen to this. To water your flowers. But you can't bring a canteen to drink water yourself, so you've got to go off without water. When you cook food, you can't carry that with you. You can't carry food with you at all. You've got to eat it from the pot. Yeah. So you're constantly forced to go back to base camp. Now, you can actually eat food on the go. It's fruit and stuff you find. That's it. So you've got this canteen. It won't let you drink from it. Waste of time. So you can't bring water with you. Yeah. And it takes time. And then if you drink the water that's out here, that's not purified. So what it wants you to do, it wants to force you to keep building base camps. The problem is you build a base camp you'd never find again. You'd have to put up a flag. Then if you got 10 base camps with 10 flags, you don't really know where you're going. There's flags all over the place. This is the most frustrating game probably ever made. Yeah, I could go on forever. Now, you can build a greenhouse. It doesn't really suit the build I did. And apparently it takes 1/3 off growing time on the plants. Okay, well that's cool. Now, the best about growing your plants outside is, instead of me watering it like this, it rains sometimes and it does your work for you. So you can kind of go away without your plants dying and you have a good chance they'll be there when you get back. The problem is when you grow them in the greenhouse, they don't get watered. You'd think there would be a system where, you could kind of plug the greenhouse into maybe a little lake or something, and it would, water the flowers automatically. No, you're still going to water them. You can't put these flowers on your deck outside. They've literally either got to be on the ground of the greenhouse or on the ground outside, which makes decorating, pretty silly. There's not enough decorating pieces. And yeah, I caught a fish and basically I scrapped it down to meat. And it didn't say fish meat, it said leg of meat. The same as the boars and the stuff. But yeah, that's a minor thing. I wouldn't really mind that one. But yeah, I could go on forever, you know. There's definitely not. I haven't found any furniture in this game yet except the bed. So they didn't do a good job on the building, which is a pity. But I remember reading a review on this after, obviously, and they said, the name of the game is Retreat from Enen or Enen or whatever it is, and the guy said, "I wish I could retreat from Enen." But very, very frustrating. I don't mind it. I played Skyrim and I played Fallout 4. And if you can do an entire playthrough on that and get around the bugs, you can pretty much do anything. Yeah, you can pretty much do anything. Oh, if these go dry, the plants die and you've got to start over from scratch. I have this here. Sometimes they're dead and sometimes I collect them. Now, there is one thing you can do for fresh water. You can build these rain catchers. You see them there? Now, let's actually give it a shot. Hang on. Now, watch this. First of all, hang on. Oh, I haven't really tried it with it clean water. No hotkeys, Jonathan. Every time you've got to change weapons, you've got to go into the wheel. And it's very hard to pick something out. You'll keep picking something out. And, when you find an animal, they get away by the time you work out that. That's it, right. Now, let's save here, guys. And we'll just see. Now, you see? I can't drink from this. It's not here. You can't drink from the canteen. What's the point? No point. Okay. Right, let's go. See what I mean with this wheel? To call it annoying is an understatement. Let's see if these bananas are back. I haven't actually used them yet. Oh yeah. It takes 3 days for food to grow. And the food you can find, you'll consume that in 1 day. And then it forces you to hunt. Now, you think that's bad. Even if you've got enough water, Jonathan, and even if you've got a full belly and you're full, you can still die of starvation. How's that? Watch this. You see the stats there. Health, hunger, thirst. The other 3 are important. Protein, fat, and especially carbs. You see when my carbs are low? So if carbs go to 0 or any one of those 3, you get malnutrition and die. Now carbs are pretty hard to come by. But once you get a supply of potatoes and you cook those as a baked potato, it will give you about 50% on carbs. But if you don't realize this, you're going to be dying every 5 seconds, even though you've got a full stomach. So not only do you have to hunt and get meat, but you've got to farm as well. and you've got to eat kind of certain types of food. You've got to be remembering that. But to be basic, once you get over the carb thing, this is okay. But it didn't say that. I was dying every 5 seconds, even though I had plenty of food, and I didn't realize. And then I found the best food for carbs would be just one kind of potato thing. So the way I see it here with this, you see how I've done three. I've done three here because remember I said it takes 3 days. Now that's only 50% per day. So that's a bare minimum. You'd still have to be hunting on this. But it goes on forever. Then if you get a snake bite, you're pretty much dead. Unless you have these flowers to, to counteract the poison. And they don't grow fast enough. So you need to start getting those and growing a ton of them. And then you've got to keep watering them. You're better off doing it at night, But, the watering will last about 2 to 3 days. But we're going on an expedition to the forest, so I'll be surprised if they're still alive. But at least you don't have to replant them. All you got to do is water them again and you start from scratch again. It would be horrible if you had to replant them again. Yeah, it's a poor level of design, it really is. And no matter how much food you have, you can't afford to miss a kill. A turkey or a snake or, something like that. But the forest is going to be fun. So what we'll have to do is start off early in the morning, and then we'll make a straight beeline. If we grab anything interesting, we'll have to make it back to base camp while we're still alive. We've got to be on the lookout for bears. I haven't attacked one yet. I'm wasting my time with a spear. But I did make some poison arrows. We'll see how that works. Now, you want to be careful as well with the valuable stuff you have. Sometimes they kind of disappear from your menu. I had 10 arrows, I never used any, now I have 9. So, it takes obsidian and venom glands, and they're not easy to find. Maybe in the forest we might find a decent spot. The obsidian I had, I got it in the finishing cave. And the stuff in there doesn't respawn. So it's a finite amount of resources. So I've been kind of careful. But the game is not bad. Even with all of this, once you understand the game, it's not bad. But what killed this game is nobody really, 90% of people are not going to put up with this kind of stuff. Too frustrating. They don't play a game to be frustrated. And it's not hard. It's just the food resources. And they're not clear of, what you're supposed to do, especially with the carb thing. It took me ages to figure out that. I was dying with a full belly. Okay, where are we going? Yeah, this one here, guys. So we'll toddle around base camp for a little bit because it's too late now. 7 o'clock, 7 p.m. you need to be back 1900 or suffer the consequences. If you're too far out, you're pretty much buggered. Now, we'll take our time here. And there's usually turkey. Die! We got some turkey. But yeah, you don't skin these or anything. Took me ages to figure this one out as well. Watch this. Oh, I didn't tell you the best part. You see that bottom one, you see that flower symbol in green? That's your meditation, right? You use that here, and you'll scrap that guy. Okay? This is what I think most people are frustrated about. Now that's okay. You'd need that to scrap big logs and precious materials like ore. Now, when that gets to 0, you really can't do nothing. You can't even see things properly in the grass. Now, so you're starving, you're dying of thirst, you're on a timer, and this thing will force you to meditate for about half a day in either freezing conditions or you're running out of food. That's another stupid thing. Meditation chamber. Yeah, that's on top of all of that. In the beginning, we were literally racing to get food. We couldn't do anything without meditating. Halfway through the meditation, we'd die of starvation. Now, if you were the guy that designed the game would be probably easy enough because after all you made the game, you know what to do. You see where you need this here.
Engage.
And as you use it, it depletes. Oh, and there's no way of turning it off properly. So what I do is just go up to the map symbol and back out. It's the quickest way of doing it. Now, to get to each biome, once you raid the 3 tempos, Jonathan, once you raid the 3 tempos, you'll get the plans to make one of these. And then you put it down on the next one, and that means you gain access. So we've already gained access to the forest. We'd only have to build one more to get to the mountain one. Now, I'm guessing that we'll unlock some kind of fursuit or something here. They'll probably force us to try and kill a bear, which I'm not looking forward to. Now, this is the other one. This is the forest. And on the sign it said, you want to bring supplies here because, and I'm paraphrasing this a bit, supplies are pretty scarce. So, if supplies are scarce, let's say, compared to where I've come from, it must be really bad indeed. Now, there's wolves here. And it's probably the worst animation ever. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Now, when you kill the wolves here, you'll get some hide. But the meat they give is rotten meat. So you can't use that for food. But you can use it for lobster, for crab traps. But what good is that? You're in the middle of a forest. You know what I mean? I didn't see any turkeys here. There's some rabbits, but, good luck in trying to get those guys. So, it would be mostly farming you'd be doing here. Now, the problem with this guy is I don't have a kind of farming thing up, but I did bring a ton of supplies. You know what I mean? So, the sooner we get the 3 tempos on this, and there'll be a key to find as well. And I've brought some junk as well to put down a marker. So we can find, you know what I mean? And I brought the wrong coloured one as well. I think I brought the red ones, did I? I did bring the blue ones. I hope I brought the blue ones. Okay, I don't think I brought any. Oh, for good God's sake. Here, I might have something here. Please tell me I brought some. Because there's no good finding a spot, Jonathan, unless we can mark it to get back to it. And I thought I brought some flowers to make a flag. And it makes a much difference anyway. Now, this is a very, very rough camp.
Tonight is forecast to be
colder
than last.
Oh yeah, cold. That's another thing that's going to kill you. Now, what I use in this, let's say, to kind of cut the edge off the water thing, was I did save scumming. Well, basically, when you drink this water, I worked it out. There's about 1 in 3 chance you'll get poisoned, and you're as good as dead. So what I would do is I would save, I would drink the water. If I got poisoned, I would reload. And eventually, I'd get away with it. That's one of the reasons, let's say, I managed to get to the stage where I could become reasonably self-sufficient in the game. How bad is that? But it's still not a bad game. You know, it's so ridiculous that, you know, it's interesting, if you know what I mean. Let me see, plant finder, gemstone. Here, let's fill up this stuff here now. We don't want to be carrying this. Plant fiber. Oh, yeah, hang on. Ah, we can take that as we're going. Arrows, poison arrows, potatoes, cooked meat, mushrooms. No, I didn't bring the stupid stuff. I didn't bring the stuff. Okay, let's do a little bit of cooking while we're here, guys. This is silly kind of cooking, but 5%. Cool. Oh, the bears. Yeah, don't forget the bears. Don't forget the bears. And we've got to meditate as well, but there's a thingy there. Okay, what are we going to do with it? Boiled crab. What's that? 25% health boost. Okay. We'll go with a boiled crab. Now, while that's cooking, we do a little bit of meditating. Oh, I do have one of... Where? It's over there. I've got a water catcher thing. But it doesn't rain all the time. Sometimes it rains too much. Now, watch how long it takes. Now, I'm not, let's say, depleted. But you see how long this takes. And imagine if you're kind of stuck for food and water and you had to do this. Or if it's freezing at night and you're trying to get home. This is a game where time is very, very precious. And this is what you've got to do. Oh, and even if you ignore that, about every 15 seconds, she keeps saying that your level is too low and never shuts up. Now, our top priority here, we can't mine gold. If you're lucky enough to find a chest, you'll get some. So it would be gold and definitely ore. Gold and ore. And obviously finding the temples. I have a fair idea from the picture of that map where it is, the direction we'd have to take. The main guy is at the other end of the island, in a straight line from where I am. And I think there's a temple to the right. Then there should be another temple to the left and the right again. But finding them, it's kind of like a kind of maze with kind of, mountains and stuff in the way. And it's not a game where you can spend too much time foraging. The days are too short as well. And the food and water doesn't last as long as it should. So it's not like you can take your time and then you'll miss a lot of junk. There it is. Now, let's see what we need to make the flags. I want the blue flag, so we need teal. And we can pick the other stuff on the way. So we'll get rid of the red ones, we need the blue ones. Yeah, because I've already marked a space camp here in red. So we don't want to be getting confused with that. So... yeah, actually we'll put that junk there. Ah, we have our anti-venom anyway, that's something, isn't it?
Spirit restored.
There we go. Let's just get rid of that for a moment. They made this so boring. Now, the food comes with us, obviously. Now, it's nearly time to sleep anyway, thank goodness. But I do like to see the rain, that will eventually fill. Yeah, and it won't let me chew that. Stupid. Now,
Building a base will protect you from predators.
right, let's cook this food, and then we're off. Oh yeah, food in your menu will go rotten after 3 days, so you can't really stockpile this. And it's very, very hard to see unless you turn your light off, because they did the percentage in white. Green would have been decent, but no, they did it in white. Oh, and you can only do one at a time. But we're almost ready to go. We'll start off, what was it, 8 in the morning or something, we wake up. And then we do a run, and we'll save from here. If disaster happens, we can reload. Yeah, you gotta take every advantage you can in this game. This is just a very basic thing. So let's see. Well, yeah. In another minute, we'll be able to do that. Let's see if we can... Right, let's see if there's something we can get here. Just for that half a minute, we'll see. Oh, look at that, look at that. Ah, sugar. Ah, for... Okay, too fast for me.
Engage.
Yeah, you need them to stop for a while. Right, we seem to be good. Oh, our carbs are brutal, guys. We better do something with the carbs. Our carbs are brutal. If we go out there, we'll die before we get back. And that's the way to do the carbs. You're better off just eating meat and then that for the carbs, and you'll be pretty okay. This one is it's fairly slow. I suppose you'd really need 2 of these up, you know, to have stuff cooked. Oh, you can boil the water here as well, but again, you can't bring it with you. You can fill your container, but you can't drink from it. But you can water flowers. Great stuff. So we have 3 temples to find, and all we got to do is click on a gem, and that's it, on the temples. Then we've got to find that cave, and then it'll give us a hint to where the key is hidden. And then we've got to find the key, raid the cave, and we're pretty much done here. That will give us the recipe then to unlock the mountain. When you get to the cave, we'd have to build a kind of base camp. Because I'll tell you why. They're usually massive. You get lost in there and you'll die. We need some kind of marker inside. The problem with that is when you sleep here, you're almost in a tent, you almost certainly get killed with a bear. So you could be stuck, you know. That's why I have several saves. Now, you see our carbs are up to 82. We're pretty good. Now, it's safe enough, I suppose, to get out and about. What's our hunger? 73. We're good. 72. Right, let's sleep this off, guys, till
The
morning.
temperature is dropping.
We know that. Now, let's see. Food. Hunger 61. Okay, we'll get that in a second.
Ruins activated.
Now, let's save it from here and let's get out of here. Have we got, No, we haven't got the markers. The teal. Or the flags. The wood and the fibre we can pick up on the way. I think I've got 2 here by accident. I have. Was it that these flags were lost? Yeah, perfect. Perfect. Here, let's get rid of that piece of wood. Right. That's it. That's as good as we're gonna get, guys. And we'll save here. Now, what I'll do here is we'll use the bottom save in case things go horribly wrong. So we're ready to go. So our best bet is to try and mark the cave, obviously. And then as we're looking for the temple, it'll give us a hint where the key is. And we might be lucky enough to stumble on the key. So, as far as I can tell from the map, now we're on the second one down here. So we started in that green dome. As you can see, basically from the green dome, a straight line. Now we're camped in front of that green dome, a tiny bit to my left. So it should be a straight line from our camp. You see that? We follow the river. We'll hit that wooded section, and it's way on the other side. It's a long journey. I don't know if we can get there and back, I suppose. If we can find a direct route. But if we have to follow the edges, we'll probably die. The food, yeah, I can manage the food. We're bringing a bit of food. The water is a problem. Now, you could drink the water from the stream, but if you get poisoned, you're kind of done. You can't even save scum because you have no way of saving, you know? So, if we get a temple and we get it raided or we get something interesting, we head back here as quick as we can. We'll waste any time in the surrounding area, and then we'll head out again in the morning, and eventually we'll get everything. So you got to be careful in this game. Now let me get something to drink, and then we're off. I've been kind of looking forward to this because I've been all over the other island, you know, grinding to get that stuff. Oh, when you scrap stuff, Jonathan, let's say, you know, you build something and let's say 10 obsidian, 10 silver, 10 wood, and 10 and 10 stone. Let's say, you know, the obsidian and the silver will be rare enough. So let's say you scrap it. You'll get about 1/3 back, but it will only be the wood and stone. With the exception when you're scrapping the flags, you'll most certainly lose all of the obsidian and silver. The return rate for scrapping stuff is brutal. And whatever way they did it, the really important stuff, you almost never get back, you know. And the building, it's kind of dumb. You can't really control it properly. And even when you're building, let's say, on a platform, the piece you're building wants to go to the texture of the ground beneath. So getting something squared up and nice and even, it's very, very, very hard to do. Extremely hard to do. So if you like to build neat, this is a nightmare. Now, I'll put this down ready and I'll get ready for this adventure. Let me get this in out of the way and I'll get another one fresh soda here. I think we'll go with Sidona this time. I'll push that up there. Now. Oh, I persevered a lot. But as I said, you know, there's one thing about Todd's games. If you can get through Todd's games, you can get through anything. Yeah. This is like, it's not going to be too bad for me now because you know the hard stuff is done. But even at that, yeah, I know all the little tricks they've done here, and I don't even think the sad part is I don't even think they did it intentionally. It probably seemed simple enough to them, but they actually designed the game from scratch. You know, but they didn't understand that, you know, somebody coming in that, you know, wanted to have a bit of fun, you know, liked it to be a bit challenging, but not like this. Now, right, let's go. Let me light this one up. I'm actually looking forward to this. So, we've got to watch the time, and we've got to watch how far we are from this thing here. So, you know, if we go on a good bit, we want to be leaving back, you know, to here at about 5. Maybe taking a slightly different direction back, in case we might find something. Now, obviously, I'll pick up food, mushrooms, berries, whatever I can find. I won't be picking up junk. Well, I'll pick up a little bit of wood and fibre to build the flag. But if it's not some kind of ore or something interesting, we won't fill up on that, because I've got tons of that. Now, that's the way it is without the light. See what I mean? But the light makes it way easier, in my opinion, to see stuff. Well, we'll go without the light for a while. Now, we have to go straight, don't we? Now, the wolves can give us a bit of a hard time. I don't know if we can outrun them. Maybe if we could find that... Yeah, I prefer the light, guys, to be honest. Oh, I wouldn't mind grabbing in some more, to be honest. Yeah, we'll pick a few of these, we'll need them. And a few sticks, and then we'll leave it at that. Just to build our flag. That's if we find anything that's worth coming back and, you know, taking out. Oh, yeah, that's not too bad. We'll take you. Food is always a priority. You usually don't find 2 pieces of food so quickly. Oh, hang on. Oh, okay, we're going in circles. We're actually going in circles. I needed to head out. See what I mean? But not being able to see the map is a major hindrance. Yeah, we're going in circles, guys. That doesn't matter, we're picking up a little bit of food on the way. I don't know what, after I've suffered on this game, I heard there was achievement bugs on this would be the worst. There's one I'm working on that says cook every different recipe. I'm really sure I did them all, but it never popped. Unless we've got some other recipes to unlock. You know, I've only been through one biome, so I'm not panicking yet. Yeah, I'm nearly sure it should be on a straight line from that, shouldn't it? Oh, sugar. Right. Ah, there it is. Yeah, okay, we'll follow the river. That's what the map said, anyway. Now we've wasted a bit of time. So we get on a bit, I suppose. Now the tempo should be from the map anyway. At the end of this river, slightly to the right. Yeah, is that a river? That's not a river. Okay, we'll have to wing it, guys. See what I mean about the map? If I could see where I was on the map, we might have a chance.
Damaging trees is strictly prohibited.
Yeah, yeah. Tree hugger. Okay, we'll just plaster it on, I'd say. We're bound to bump into something eventually. Oh, hang on. Here we go. What have we got here? Yeah, I suppose.
Engage.
You never have enough gems. Oh, that's a waste of time. Oh, that's kind of silly, isn't it? Huh, okay. Now, let's see. What have we got here? As we're doing this, I'm constantly watching food and water, and that's what kills this game. Ooh. Oh, sugar. Will we see if we can kill him, guys? We'll probably instantly die here. But we need to figure out this bear thing. Yeah, there he is, there. Alright, let's go for the poison arrows. They're not working. Oh, you're kidding me, they're not working. Oh, I'm gonna murder the developers of this game. Are you joking me? Yeah, there it is. I've got them. Oh, A button, equip. Ah, there it is. There it is. It's working now. Okay, let this guy get into Come on, Mr. Bear. No, it's not. It's no good. It's not working, guys. It's literally not working. Ah! No. Okay, now we do it. No, won't work. How are we gonna kill this bear now? We haven't got a bow. Probably the other bow will work well. Horrible, isn't it? No. I can, but it won't respond. The bow won't respond to the arrows. Remember I took that shot at that rabbit, no problem. No, I can't. Can't take a shot, it must be a bug. But like, how are we gonna finish this game with no bow? Look, basic arrows, 14. Basic arrows used for small game. Yeah. Oh, okay. Hang on. It's me. Wrong one. It's me. Ah, yeah. Sorry. I was doing the wrong trigger. Okay. It's me. Everything is usually the right trigger in the game. This one used the left trigger. I haven't really used the bow. Is he ever gonna die, guys? Oh, he's down. We killed our first bear. Oh yeah, no, I tried it. This guy will just take you out. No, we got him. It was expensive with the poison arrows. Maybe I should have just hit him once and see if they would take effect. I'll make some more when I go back. Yeah, we got him with a poison arrow. No, it was the buttons, Summer, that was confusing. Usually everything in the game, let's say the attack is the right trigger. On this, for some reason, it's the left. Yeah, this guy, you won't hand-to-hand this guy with a spear. Oh, just like me. No problem. Just like me. Maybe I overdid it with the arrows, to be honest. What I should have doing is the next bear, we'll shoot him once and we'll see will the poison take effect. Because the poison glands I'm using, let's say, they're not exactly everywhere. I think we can get the arrows back, can we? I'm hoping we can.
Engaged.
No, and then it said 20. That looked like bad damage, didn't it? Oh, sugar, how many arrows have we got now? I had 9. Four. No. Okay, we'll shoot him once anymore. We need some more arrows. Oh, at least we got him out of the way. If there's a second guy in here, we're dead.
Large predators detected.
Ah, sugar, there's another one. Here, this is the one I wanted for ore, guys.
Engaged.
Oh, yeah. This is as rare as a hen's teeth. Oh yeah, we're gonna get this guy. We'll clean this spot out. Hopefully I'll have enough room to carry it all. But most important is the ore. No, just 20. Yeah, that's why I kept going with the arrows. In hindsight, what I should have doing was, they're poison arrows. I should have just hit them and waited for a while to see would it take effect. There's a meditation chamber here as well. Ooh, what have we got? Oh, the really worst. Silly stuff. But this was worth it, even wasting the arrows for this ore. I get the feeling, once I unlock the other recipes, that will be, you know, one of the main ones.
Engage.
Well, I figured out the bow anyway, eventually. So we're kind of done in here. We are. Let's see what's down here. Oh, we got something on our little expedition anyway.
Engaged.
And Spidia got carried away with the arrows. Oh, yes, we got some venom glands. Okay, at least we can make back 2 of the arrows. I thought maybe 3 arrows would bring him down, but what did we do? Like 5?
Engaged.
But if I hit one of those, he didn't really forwards either, you know?
Engaged.
I was expecting, you know, a good run or something. That's it, we cleaned the cave. Let's see how much ore we got. We got... oh, that's nice. 27 ore. I think that's all I have is about 27. We need that for grates and stuff on a fireplace. But I get the feeling when we unlock the other recipes, Jonathan, that ore will play a big part. There's 3 types of buildings you can do. There's a kind of beach hut thing, done from driftwood. Then there's a stone thing that I did. And then there's a kind of ultra-modern thing. It's like prefabricated, spacey thing. As far as I know. And I'll show you from here, from the building. There's the basic. Basically got all that and the other stuff. Now there it is, modern. You see that? I've just got the greenhouse. See, there's the rest of it. See with the ore? 27 ore. It is ore, isn't it? It is. Yeah, all ore. So we'll be needing that a lot. That's whenever we crack that one. Okay, what time is it? Okay. Yeah, we have no way of saving. Our water and food's getting a little low. Well, that's the bear down. Oh, hang on, let's see if we can... There's one there. Perfect. Okay, we'll just pick up a bit of wood. I'll be more conservative now with my arrows, I think. Seeing as they're kind of precious.
Engaged.
Some kind of thing here. What is it? So we don't really have much time. That's the problem with this game. Okay, that wasn't a bad hit anyway on that one. Right, let's start making way back on a different direction. We'll see what we'll bump into. Oh, here it is, this way. Yeah, we'll go back this way. There. There we go. Oh, we got 2 of our arms back. Is that too bad? So what's the total backstory to this? Yeah, it's something like that. Basically, the world kind of destroyed itself through war. And now, let's say, before you can become part of a community, they'll drop you off on an island in the middle of nowhere and you've got to survive. And only then will you be welcomed back into the community. It's like something from some tribal thing, isn't it? But that's it, really, you know. The world was destroyed by war and all of that stuff, and now you've got to become one with nature. Yeah. So this tree hugger comes on every so often telling you not to damage the trees, even though you can't damage the trees. But that's it. There's never much story in these survival games, to be honest. But this one, yeah, you basically got to become one with them. Yeah. Kind of, yeah, kind of. But very, 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 very light on the lore. You know? But it's not a bad game. It's you know, it's just that it's too frustrating, it's too confusing, and it can become boring. They go too far in this, and they don't go far enough in the building. So it's the only good thing about this for a survival game is it's got some decent graphics. I will say that. They're only small areas, but it's got decent graphics. The rest, it's very, very, very mid, you know. And I think why they put such an emphasis and so hard to get food and survive in this, because if it was easy to survive, there wouldn't be much to the game. But it's definitely not a game for everyone. I could see before even leaving the first island, as I was saying to Jonathan, 90% of players would drop off this. Yeah, for a survival game. Usually they're a bit janky, aren't they? Yeah. But this reminds me of Stranded Deep, but Stranded Deep has horrible graphics, you know, compared to this. But it's marketed as a kind of relaxing meditation game. But no, when you're grinding for food every 5 seconds, you know, it's not much of a a relaxing game then.
Most of the water here contains pathogens.
There, we can take a little hit. Now, let's see, guys. We're making our way home, aren't we? But we want to see what's out here as well. Ooh, what have we got here? Oh, you can't bring any food or water with you. And if you try and drink this water here, there's a 1 in 3 chance you're dead meat. You know? It's almost impossible. Like, it's impossible to enjoy the graphics. Because, you know, you're always worrying about food. You have no time to really, you know, look around and smell the roses, so to speak. And appreciate the graphics in it. Because you're always in a rush. You know what I mean? The days are not long enough. And the food and water runs out too quickly. And it's too hard to source. And, you know, even if you source enough, no, there's no difficulty. No, I don't think so. You see, there's no real fighting anything. You know what I mean? So no difficulties. Not that I've seen, anyway. But if there was difficulty settings in this, it would mean there'd be less food. And seeing as only the most dedicated players would last long enough to source out enough food, instead of 90% dropping out, I'd say 99% would drop out. But I think this game is pretty much abandoned now. But it was rated, you know, pretty decent for its time. Back in 2020, that would have been the start of these kind of survival games, I suppose. I know it won the best indie thing there for a bit. But I think they leaned too much towards the, you know, hard to seek out the food thing. Unless you're really kind of dedicated to these kind of things, you know, and you like a little bit of torture. But it's a pity. It's not a bad game. But you know, what good are the graphics when, you know, you can't really wait around too long because you're always worrying about food. And, you know, yeah, got to get back to base camp and your food and water is running out. So you're always under pressure. Like drinking that and we're as good as dead. I worked it out, about a 1 in 3 chance. And then you got to go get flowers to cure that. And the flowers are pretty hard to come by. Now, here's our food. Wrong one. Where do we... Oh, we got 12 meat, guys, from that bear. Oh my god, we'll never eat all of that. So, how many hides did we get from that guy? That's the first time I killed a bear. He was costly. 8 pelt from that guy. Not that we need them, I've got about 50 back at base. Oh, let's see. Here, I see some junk here. We might as well scrap this as we're here. I've got another base camp outside of this. And then, you know, whenever we've got enough stuff, you know, we can start moving it back. I've got a large storage area. But I still didn't get to where I wanted to go, to the cave. Now, they tend to hide stuff a lot in lakes, so I kind of prioritize that.
Engage.
And you're not going to get any glands here except for rattlesnakes. No. Oh, sugar. Okay, that took a lot of health. Now, the worst about killing this guy, you'll only get pelt, and the meat you get from this guy is rotten meat. I don't understand that. Yeah, there it is. You see it? Rotten meat. It's 4 rotten meat. And the only thing you can do with that is bait crab traps. But your food goes off so quickly in your menu, you're going to have tons of that anyway. And that's just clay. I've got... Ooh. Oh, there's a venom gland. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Lovely, lovely. Okay, we need 1 stick. Let's get back to base before we die. Yeah, we'll get our arrows back. Eventually. Ah, sugar. You want to sneak up on those rabbits. It's not that we don't need... oh, there's deer here as well, I see. But it'll just be the same thing. Pelt and stuff. It's not really something we need. Oh, what time is it? Okay, well, I think we have time to do a little bit of meditation. Another thing, we got to stop every 5 seconds to meditate as well, Summer. Which is pretty lame. You know, seeing as we're trying to get back, you know, before nightfall.
Begin meditation.
And we can't save out here without getting back to our bed. But that little expedition was worth it just for the what's it called? The ore. But it's a good bit out. And I didn't want to mark it because there's other things I want to do. Too many flags up and you don't know where you're going. Oh, and no map. And no way of seeing where you are on the island. But they do give you a picture. I'll show it to you in a moment when we get out of this. Ah, sugar. Do you hear the wolf? We're pretty much dead now.
Spirit restored.
Whoa. That was kind of close, guys. You see what I mean? And if I die here, I'll have to reload. We've got to get back now. We can't mess about. There's too many wolves out here. And I don't want to waste some food. And I have no way of saving. Okay, we'll have to try and outrun these buggers. Okay, no more Mr. Nice Guy. I'll never find my way back to that cave. Oh, we just about made it. Here, let's store away this stuff, guys. We've got a ton of it. Right. Yeah, I'll keep those in case we find any more glands. I see there's a tonic bottle as well. £16, ridiculous, isn't it? There's nothing we can really do with that pelt, to be honest. Cooked meat, raw meat, arrows, poison. Oh, the ore. The most important thing, the ore. This is just a base camp for holding stuff. I'll transfer it back to my main spot later. There. You see how bad we are now on health. Water is another thing. It's not too bad. The health is a bit of a problem, isn't it? Okay, we can save it here for a moment. I'll have a quick look around here. I'm not sure if sleeping will fix it. I don't want to waste any food. But that day was kind of successful. We got some more. Now, I'm gonna have to probably hug the side of this biome to get to that place because going in a straight line doesn't seem to work. What time is it? We've still got about 3-4 minutes. Oh, what's this? Oh, these kind of respawn junk as well. At least we got an egg. And there was some berries around here maybe, let me see. We've got too much meat now. Sometimes you get a respawn on the ore, would we? We'll just wait around till morning.
Engaged. Engaged.
Got him. Okay, that's another arrow anyway.
Engaged.
And we'll get our arrows back. Oh, too bad. Oh, where's the obsidian? We need 2 of those. Oh. I don't know, I can't see any obsidian here. Oh, storage is on the other side. There. I don't think we need wood. Now let's see. There we go. Yeah, I wonder how many we have now. Yeah, that's it, guys. Okay, our health is back anyway. So what we need to do is we'll cook up the rest of this junk, we'll take some food, we'll wait till morning and we should be good. Now will be the time, wouldn't it? To finish off this. Yeah, coming along. You wouldn't believe the work I did to get to this stage where I can actually have enough food to live. I brought over a ton from my main camp. But it's ridiculously hard to source the food there, but I eventually managed to get enough and start to cultivate and grow it. But when I was coming in here, it said, you know, make sure and bring food because it's pretty scarce. And I was saying, what, compared to where I've been? You kidding me?
Spirit restored.
Yeah, I think they might have gone a little too far. And that thing, it won't let me through the door properly. Well, this is just a base camp. I'm not really bothered. And we check our carbs as well. 50. See, we're gonna have to cook something for that. That is ridiculous. Yeah, we're gonna have to cook something for that. That is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, let's see if we can do it before we freeze to death. Our carbs are down to 50. That's why I made sure and bring a ton of vegetables. We're better off doing this at night so we're not wasting our time. Now, where is that little guy I want? Nice, you're trying to remember where I put everything. Showing me the backdrop for everything. You're kidding me. Here, let's grab one of these ones. Ah, there's just 2 flowers there. Could it be possible it's disappeared from the menu? Here, let me see. Here's the storage here. Feather, egg, or pelt. Okay, it's not there. Not there. Feather, rotten meat, no obsidian, mushrooms, fruit, honeycomb, pelt, eggs. Guys, all my food is gone. You know the food I brought over? It's history. It's gone. See what I mean? You remember I bought over 20 mushrooms and 20 potatoes. And they're all gone. This is something I've noticed in this stuff disappearing from the inventory. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Fair enough. The menu is closed. No. It's just really, really confusing. When I clicked on this, it didn't show. And then I had to go over and push the button up. No. But there was some arrows disappearing, alright. Oh god, there's so many problems in this game. Yeah, that's the thing we need to keep us alive. I had 20 poison arrows in a stack. In a chest. I could never find them again. Well, we seem to be okay. Now, sometimes when you click on one of those containers, Jonathan, it shows empty. So what you've got to do is, on the directional button, push up, and then it'll show you the stuff on top. But at first glance, you think it's empty, you know, and you've got a ton of stuff. What you should be looking for is the weight on the box, which just adds a little bit more tedium to the whole thing, you know. Yeah, without those vegetables, we're in trouble. Doesn't matter how much meat we source. But because something went missing before, now I'm a bit paranoid. Every time I can't find something. But it's not unheard of in these games, you know, stuff disappearing. But that would usually happen when you've got a huge base. It just doesn't load up that junk, you know, when you come back. I'm not sure what this engine is like. This was probably done on the Unreal Engine. And the cooking, oh, way, way, way too slow. Yeah, for some reason my meditation thing has gone down as well. No, let's get to morning, guys. We'll get the water when we get out. 1 second here now. Okay, let's sleep this off. We'll sort ourselves out and then we'll be off. Now we definitely have to find one of those temples. But on the map, you'd imagine going in a straight line, you would follow that river, but that didn't seem to work. Let me see. What we like? Well, we're pretty good now. Food. We've got a ton of raw meat. There's no point in... I suppose we have to cook it, don't we? I should have doing that at the night, but... Yeah, let's cook up 2 or 3 of them before we go. I should have doing it in the dark. Forgot about the meat. We don't want to be wasting time here. Yeah, we'll pack off the other stuff. We don't want to be carrying it, really. So we'll do 2 more, should do. Or maybe 3. In case we have to use it for restoring our health. Yeah, 3 of them really quick. See, this is time we can afford. We want to get out a good bit and come back. Yeah, that's the last one that would do. And then I'll pack off the other stuff and we'll save it. We'll head out. What do we like for arrows now, anyway? We're back up to 8. We're not too bad. Not too bad. So if we meet a big guy again, we'll just shoot him once and we'll leave him for a little bit. And we'll see what effect the arrow takes. So apparently I've got the food here. That's it, we're pretty much ready to go. We're even carrying some anti-venom. Right, we are good to go. We did waste a little bit of time, but... Oh, hi Reaper. It has been a while. Not too bad, and you? I hope you've been well. Just a tiny issue with high blood pressure. I decided to kind of just do 3 days a week. I think it's pretty good, just so I could rest a bit and do appointments and that. But nothing really to worry about. Just taking medication for it and getting regular appointments. Just an inconvenience more than anything else, I suppose. So I hope you've been well, Reaper. How have you been? Anything interesting with you? But we're doing this kind of survival crafting game. The scenery is pretty decent, and the game itself is pretty decent, except for the level design it's very, very frustrating, very poorly implemented. And the building is okay, but they don't really supply enough, just the basic stuff. It's such a pity. It could have been a pretty decent game. So, anything interesting with you? There. So, let me show you the ridiculous map. This is our map, guys, and it's a painting. Ah. Yeah, pretty much the same with everyone, isn't it? Yeah, yeah, that's all we can do, isn't it? Just take it as it comes. Yeah, yeah. Ah, it's getting hard for everyone, isn't it? If it's not one thing, it's another. It's either a heart or let's say the way everything is, working and bills is always something. Life is a constant grind. It's pretty much like a survival game, isn't it? You know, you're always battling one thing or another. All you gotta do is just stick it out. Yeah, but know what you mean. Any happy days you get in between, are good ones to be treasured for sure. But regardless of what we have, it's always a grind. You know, always a grind, always something. All we can do is look on the bright side, have a sense of humour about it. Right, let's do this. Let's see if we can at least find one of the temples. And we'll see what goodies we can unlock. Give us something to do with the building, I suppose. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. This was released in 2020 on Steam. And it won the Indie Game of the Year or something on Steam or something like that. But it was the kind of start of the kind of survival crafting games. Pretty decent, beautiful graphics. The level design, it has a lot to be desired. I think they put the foraging food and water and stuff and the diseases and stuff you can get too much main front because there's not much more to the game. But the problem is, you pretty much die every time before you really get anywhere. As I was saying to the guys, this is the kind of game where, you know, there's 3 islands, but 90% of the players, I'd imagine, would drop out because it's too frustrating on the first island alone. It does, yeah. But it's just a reference, really. There's no indicator where you are on the map. You know what I mean? So there's no indicator where you are, and you've got no compass. So you don't really know where you are. So in a situation like that, well, you know where the dome is, and that's it. So from there, I suppose you could work it out. You're probably better off hitting the edges to find stuff. The problem with doing that is you're pretty much on a timer because your food and water runs out really quick, and you can't bring any with you. You've always got to make it back to base camp. So, and then food is so hard to come by, you know. So my best bet would be probably the dome is right beside me. Head to the dome, and then take the right down the side. That should bring me to the tempo down there. That would probably be my best bet. Hitting there. Yeah. Here we don't actually. We can't. Oh, hang on. We're not on that one. We're actually on the forest map. No. There's the dome. No, the temples are a good bit away, guys. You see them. No, I've already done those 3. We're on the second one down, the forest one. So, yeah, we're at the base camp there. So I wanted to go straight ahead and get that tempo there, but we failed miserably. I suppose the next bet would be to go to the left. See, they get that one closest to us. Oh, hi, Wolf. And how have you been? Well, I hope. Yeah, I think we go to the left, guys, and see if we can find that temple. You see it down there to the left? There seems to be... Yeah, okay. We'll give it a shot. Okay, we hit to the left. But we're here in the forest. Chugging right along. Oh, pretty good, pretty good. And you? Hope you've been well. But this is my save here in the forest, and we're here trying to get the other temples. I have a save just before I left the forest, and I'll show you the base that I've done. I've been at this for the past week, while I was off on my days off, just staying on the first island that we finished. But I'll show it to you here. But there's not a lot of decorating stuff, to be honest. Now that's where I just left before this expedition. That's why I keep separate saves. So we can load that up again in a moment and we won't lose anything. But you can build some nice stuff, but they don't have tables and chairs and stuff. I don't know what we're going to put into those. Unless we need to unlock some more stuff. Probably. So, how's the weekend going for you, Wolf? Oh yeah, this is the wrong one. Here, we'll just go down here. It's near this red flag down here. Should be a second, we'll get here quick. This is the jungle biome. We're in the forest one. Living the dream. Oh, nice. Weekend off. Nice. This one is actually more fun with us. Even though it's scarce for food, but it's plentiful compared to that forest biome. It's actually this way. You can't actually get out the other side. You're better off going. It's the kind of game where you'd need to be a long time on an island and
forecast to be colder than
literally know where you're going, so you don't waste any time. But we've pretty much played out this biome. Yeah, it's just here. There's a reason I picked it here. Obviously it's scenic, but it's close to inland water, to water the plants. You can't do it from the sea, fortunately. And I put my flag right on that there, so it's easy to find. Yeah, without that you're wasting your time, really. But you wouldn't believe the amount of grinding that went into building this. But we come a long way from that little tent we had in the beginning. That's why I picked this, nice on the beach. But this most importantly. Now I've got 3 fish nets and lobster pots there, so there's some food that comes in there an odd time. This is my storage hut here. And they'll light up at night. So that's for storage. It is, the graphics for a survival game is pretty decent. But that's the only thing it really has going for it. It's still a major issue, but look at this. That's how many plants I'm growing. It's still, let's say, it's about as easy as it's going to get. Now, there is things that you can get rainwater. They won't build on this, but I did find a workaround. I actually put them there. And they make a nice decoration as well. They don't 100% fill the needs, but they're not bad. And this is where I've got the flowers and stuff that are growing here. You wouldn't believe how long it took to get these in a line. The placing of stuff on this is ridiculous. Now my major issue is no furniture. That's a major issue. And there's nothing to fill in the windows. They'll give you these curtains for outside, which I made this little kind of walkthrough. But no curtains for the windows, so far at least. And no furniture. The only furniture you get, what is my bedroom here, is a bed. So if there's no furniture, it's going to be pretty brutal, isn't it? No, you can make it from scratch. Just put down the base and then build on it. But putting these together, you'll waste a lot of timber trying to get the design. You just make it in bits and pieces from here. No, it's not a modular thing. You can pretty much build as big as you want to. You could go 2-story here, But the stairs is very finicky, and basically there's nothing to decorate it with. So why bother with two-story? It would look horrible. Yeah, you see that square foundation, triangular. You see the triangular foundation. Well, that's these guys here.
Engaged.
See what I mean? So you build it in little bits and pieces. Well, it kind of forces you to go this way, to be honest. You know what I mean? It doesn't give you a lot of options. I suppose you can come in and spend the extra time to get that nice little thing going there, which I experimented with it for a while. And then I got, I thought it was a pretty decent idea to take out the ones that were here, and I managed to squish these in, rail it off, and it still manages to catch the rainwater. And because there's such a lack of ornamental stuff, it was definitely needed, and I get my rainwater as well. I was looking for something to do on this, but yeah. But yeah, I'm looking for more stuff. But I've still got the modern stuff to unlock, but I'm wondering if it would suit here. But the only thing I've unlocked was the greenhouse. But I don't really know what this junk is. I don't know, maybe some of it might look okay. But there should be X amount of stuff for each biome. Let's say here there should be a ton of stuff, like you did some stuff from driftwood and stuff like that. And then in the forest it should be going into the stone and stuff, and a nice minimum on that. And then with the other one. But I think they slacked off a lot. Like, if they don't give you anything for the windows, it's like an early access, isn't it? No, at least give you a set of shutters. That would be pretty basic, wouldn't it, for windows? So I'm hoping they give you something for the windows, but to be honest, I doubt it. And there's no real excuse, because there's crystals here. You could kind of go with, oh, you're making a glass window, which would be nice. But I think they haven't done enough on the pieces. I'm always complaining about pieces in these building games, but at least they'll give you the basics. These guys even left out essentials, like window frames. Unless, we manage to unlock them, but then that's the modern stuff, so I don't think so. I think that's it. Yeah, but like each time, let's say if you're going into the modern, it looks way different than this. So I think that's it, really, The stone, I'm guessing, would have been for the forest, and I'm guessing the mud stuff would have been here for the beach. And the modern stuff is like, it's like something from space. But I'm getting the feeling that that's it. You don't get any furniture, and you don't get anything else here. You might be able to use the modern furniture here, even though it might look off. But I think the windows is a done and dusted thing, which I think is horrible, But I'm hoping it's a level up thing. But, if it is, I can't see it on this. Like, I've done all of these. So, it could be, they're locked. Maybe that's got to do with the windows. Well, I don't know. It's all using ore, and that's stuff that you can only source in the forest. Maybe it is. Well, we'll see. God knows what they'll give us. Furniture. All I need is some furniture and something for the windows. Now, what I can understand is they'll give you curtains for this. And there's no real use for that, except if you want to do something like this. But really, wouldn't they be better here on the windows? I think. Yeah, that's it anyway. That's what I've done. And this place would have been useless if it wasn't for this. Yeah, even though it's poison water, we're wasting our time with any kind of farming, unless we're close to one of these. It's the best place I could find. It's nice on the beach, it's got that there, it's a bit scenic, and we've even got that each side. You can see it from here. Oh, the best place on the entire island, in my opinion. Yeah, and a nice summer's day. Bright day, that would make a decent screenshot. That's it, guys. Right, let's head back to the forest and see if we can unlock more of this junk. I love how you initially struggled to even stay alive. Yeah. Goes brutal. It still is not the easiest, but I can manage, you know. Oh my good God, that was absolutely brutal, wasn't it? I suppose that's why I like these so much. Yeah, we were what, freezing to death in a it wasn't even a mud hut, was it? A hole in a ditch. Scurrying around to find some plants to eat. Yeah, this is the stuff you're supposed to build on the beach, but it's just too basic. I thought I'd go with stone. Right, let's go for this, guys. Now, what did I say? We'd go down the side, wasn't it? Let me see that map again. So basically, with our back facing the dome, we would have to go to the left, isn't it? Yeah. Back facing the dome on the left. So we're talking about down here, guys. Right. The beauty of this is if we don't pick up something interesting, we can always do a reload and go on the other section. Hang on. Where's that dome? There it is. You know, I suppose. But it's mostly ore I'm looking for, and then, well, it's not a big island. We'll have to find the temples eventually. Oh, select the shutter option within the menu. Oh, you're joking me. Do you do it from the building menu? It has hang on, let me reload again. That's interesting. Yeah, we didn't really go anywhere. See, I didn't Google it. Yeah. And they're not really clear about it. Let's have a look at that again. Here, we go to this one here. 86, where it is, 77. Let's see if any of these will do. Here's 77. That would do. Yeah, I just want to say. So there is shutters in it. You must first acquire the necessary materials such as planks and possibly rope by crafting or gathering them. Then access the building interface, which you can usually do by holding the right mouse button. Yeah, craft from there. Window selection similar. Maybe they dumbed it down. That's what happened somewhere for console. They dumbed it down. I think that's what might have happening. I don't get anything like that coming up on my menu. Yeah. So look, I can go over to this and there's no access. That's all I'm getting. Now, let me just pick the materials we need for that. And we'll go into the menu. Maybe there's something I missed. Yeah, I think they might have dumbed it down for console. And left a lot of junk out. Where did I keep my stone and wood? Yeah, here it is. Now, that's enough. Now, let's go with this for a moment. Yeah, maybe I didn't notice. Now you get
Tonight is
building, and
forecast
then
to
you
be
get
colder
basic.
than
So we go
last.
down to, you see this? Stone window. Craft, rotate, cancel. No. I'm not sure. Yeah. Holding down the mouse button select crack selection from there. Yeah, they're not very clear on this. I could have missed it. It's possible. Let's check. Let's check what settings. Game settings. Invert horizontal. Blah blah blah. Character. Volume. Home icon. Teleporter icons. Flag icons. Snakes. Bears. Well, that's it. And then the controls. Draw bow. Which in mind it isn't. It's actually the left trigger. Yeah, that's what I'm going to try. Headlamp in menu. Move. Map. UI. Pause. Attack. Tools. Cook, drink. Back. Interact. Jump, accept. Walk, sprint. No. Yeah, let me see. Well, it's not. It's gonna have to. You'd have to build it. I don't mind us trying these and putting something up with shutters if it works. I'll have to dig into that and see if it can be done. I'm getting the feeling they left it out for console. See what I mean? I'm not getting any options. I'll show you here. Yeah, just an option to build. Now, let me see. And A would just do that. Oh, no, it's okay. No, it's okay. I've done it time. No. Even when you hold it, it builds. I think they cut it out, Summer. Yeah, I think they cut it out of console. They usually do that. That is such a pity, isn't it? Shutters would look pretty decent on this. I'll do a little bit of research later myself. But I thought if it was there, I'd be able to see it. But it doesn't give you... And it won't give you any options in the building menu either. Oh, that's horrible if they did that. Ah, it's such a pity, isn't it? Oh. Yeah, stone window. Just craft. And rotate. And then cancel. Ah, such a pity. Let me try a different button. That was A, wasn't it? X. Okay, we try Y. Y is no good. We'll try, well, B is cancel. So it's none of those ones. No, it's just worth a try while we're here. No, we don't get the options. And it doesn't say those kind of options either on the control thing. That's what I was looking for. Now let's try the other buttons. So we've all of that done. What about the trigger? No. What about that one? No, that's just a wheel. What about that one? That's just my light. No, it's such a pity. So it has got that, but not on console. What does it say? For the necessary materials such as... Do you know what it could be? Maybe we need some more tech. You might be right, Summer. Because, yeah, if it says planks, there is no planks in the game. Unless it's some of that stuff we've got to unlock. And maybe then when we get the planks, we might unlock it. Yeah, you said such as planks. Yeah, there's no planks so far. And there's no rope. Yeah. I'd say we'd make that from the stuff on the ground. Yeah, I would say we've yet to unlock it if it's here. No, no, because the game it wasn't much a success on console. There's very little. I would say our only chance, Summer, is you said planks and rope. Well, I don't have that yet. So I'm guessing that one of those things we haven't unlocked is probably planks and rope. And when we have them, it will probably give us the might be. Might be. But a lot of these survival games made for PC and then ported over to console, they leave a lot of stuff out. You know, room and stuff like that. So it's possible they left it out. Well, there's a 50-50 chance. Yeah. But I think it's a bit lame, isn't it, that they don't give you the basics to fill in your window for a basic house at the start until you're at the end of the game where you can build probably something much better. I think it's a bit lame. I think everything for a biome, let's say to build a home, should be unlocked in that biome. And then you go to another biome and unlock the stuff for that. And it's fair enough then if you want to transfer things back and forth. But they should give you the minimum on each biome to build a decent house. But the critics slammed it a lot for that. You know. They said that, you know, it was too grindy. Well, that's obvious. And, you know, it even didn't give up kind of comprehensive kind of building, you know, either. So it kind of failed there as well. But I will say one thing, it's got decent graphics, you know, for a survival game. But we'll see. We're going to start unlocking anyway. I doubt it, but you never know. I'd say what they did was to make the file the right size, I suppose. They trimmed this game a bit. They even cut a lot of corners on PC, so imagine they did a lot more on console. Right, let's do this, guys. So if we need to go there and go to the left, so it's straight across, and I'm still tempted to do this, guys. Right, let's go for it. We'll see if we can get that center one. Gotta get lucky sometime, yeah? We'll keep going in different directions. Yeah, the kind of forest and jungle thing, yeah. What engine do they use on Far Cry, Summer? Is that the Unreal Engine? Because I noticed that these kind of games are starting to look the same because of the engine, you know? Say what you want about the creation engine. You know, it's not the engine that's the problem, it's the engineers that are upgrading and fixing it. And tech is only as good as the guys that's maintaining it. It's still not a bad engine if the right people have it. Oh, they've got their own engine. Oh. Okay, that's not good. Okay, let's go. We're probably better off just going wandering, guys, you know that. But trying to follow the map is a waste of time because there is no map. I'm sure we'll stumble on something. You see, I've got to walk so fast.
Look for chests that contain valuable items.
Yeah,
They
sure.
are gifts left here for you.
Yeah. Gifts. Well, basically, look for anything interesting. I say if we've zagged this place enough, we should find something. Now it's slowing me down. Won't let me run. Kidding me. Another bear. Well, we'll go for this bear, guys. Well, where there's a bear is usually protecting. Ooh, look at that. Look at that.
Engaged.
Now that's something we're probably going to need an absolute ton of. So it's nice to have that stockpiled. I don't know, there might be some little hidey spot here, I don't think so. But I heard a bear, so he's somewhere down here. Usually there's a nice cave or something. We'll do an experiment now with these arrows, and we'll see really how many arrows it takes to take him down. Maybe I got a little bit carried away last time with the arrows. Surely it's not taking 5 poison arrows to get down one bear, is it? Okay, he's around here somewhere. He's probably the other side of this mountain here. Well, no sign of him yet, anyway. Nah, there's no bear there. Oh well. Well, okay, here. This is an interesting spot. I always check the lakes as well. It's the Dunia 2 engine. Oh. Alright, this is empty anyway. Okay, there's no way of jumping up to that. Oh, we're still not too far from base. Let's have a look. Well, we're not interested in clay either. I'd say if we keep, hitting around the edges, it should be our best option. Yeah, I'd say. Hang on, what's this? Ah, fish. Okay, we're going deep into enemy territory here. Oh, that looks interesting up there. Let's get on to the shallow end. Dear Esther, Gromberger graphics. No, I don't think I did actually. I haven't been long into the kind of survival building stuff. I think my first kind of survival building was Valheim. That was a couple of years back. We went from Valheim and then we did Subnautica, No Man's Sky, this one, and then something else, I think. Yeah. The building thing is what, mostly draws me, but I don't mind the grind in it either, which is just as well. I like games where you have to struggle a bit at the start, but within reason, I think this might have maybe brought it a tiny bit too far. Just a tad. Let's see what we've got here. Well, yeah, there's a bear. I can hear him, but I don't know. There's probably some kind of way in there. Probably. There. We got some eggs. Oh, he's down here. He's down here, guys. Is that a building there? My eye is deceiving me. Let me see. I don't think it is. No, it's just a rock formation. If we zigzag this place enough, we'll eventually bump into something, I'd say. But really, we should be sticking to the edges. Okay, let's go back and stick to the edges. Every time we take a wrong turn like this, we're killing too much time. What time is it anyway? Okay, it's just 11 AM. Not too bad. Each hour in this is like 2 minutes in real time. Oh, hi Alex. And this is called Retreat to, it's either Enen or Enen. Uh, but like all survival games, it's pretty kind of vague on the story. Apparently, it's the future, and humankind have ruined the earth. Well, yeah, well, pretty much have done that already. But now, to prove yourself in society and be accepted, they basically drop you off on an island with a stick and a stone, and you've got to survive there and collect the items and then make it back, and then you're accepted into the community. That kind of thing. Yeah. But it's not bad. The graphics are visually pleasing for this kind of genre. Um, but they leaned a little bit too hard into how hard it is to source food, which makes it very frustrating. There's other aspects of the game that force you every 5 seconds when you're looking for food to meditate. You can't bring food or water with you from your camp. If you drink or eat food, food or water, let's say outside, you'll get poisoned and die. Your food and water depletes too quickly. The day is not long enough. And you're always constantly trying to make it back to camp. That's if you've stuck the game long enough to be self-sufficient on food, which is an achievement in itself, you know. But out from that, it's a pretty decent game. But I think they leaned that hard into it because there's not much to this game. If they took out how hard it was to source food and stay alive, well, really there's not much to play in the game, you know. Hmm. Yeah, you'll find it very, very hard to stay alive. It took me ages to figure it out, you know. But the second you can put up, rainwater catcher and, source some mushrooms and potatoes, get some fruit, eat that, you'll get a core and you'll be able to build a planter. Problem is it takes 3 days and you're constantly watering them if it doesn't rain. But it's massively frustrating, Alex. Yeah. It's probably the most frustrating survival game I've ever played. But it's a decent game. It's just I leaned really hard into that because there's not much else to the game. You know. But that is going to turn off, I would say, 9 out of 10 players from finishing or even getting to the second island on this one. Oh, we got some berries,
Detecting
guys.
large amounts of resource deposits.
Yeah, we'll see. Okay, we're trying to find this bear, isn't it?
Engage.
Okay, I think we might be getting close, guys. Kinda hard to move around as well. You see, we want to be killing this guy and getting back quickly. That's the problem. And it's a pity. The one thing the game has going for it, Alex, is the scenery. Because the food and water doesn't last that long and you're always looking for food and trying to get home, you haven't really got the time to kind of take it in, you know? You're always rushing. That's if you want to stay alive. And there's no way to save out here either.
Engage.
I think we were here earlier, guys. No. I'm just nodding in that beehive. Okay, where's this silly bear?
Engage.
Come on, Mr. Bear. Oh, there's a house here, guys. Let me see. I think we were here already, weren't we? Oh, we're pretty deep now down in the forest. Yeah, we were here, remember this? Alright, we'll try and push a bit further. Hopefully we'll get back to base camp. A frustrating little game. Oh, carbs are okay anyway. Okay, we're looking for a little breakthrough on this. Find one of these silly tempos. I get the feeling it's on the other side. On PC, yeah? Yeah. That's the problem. A lot of these really good games are just for PC only. Yeah, yeah. I think they did well, Summer. I'll give them their due on the graphics. You know? Especially for the type of game it is. Yeah, probably. Oh. No. Basically, I think if we keep to the edges, we're eventually gonna get something. See something. Now we've pushed down very far, guys. And it's getting really late. Remember, we've got to allow time to get back as well.
Engage. Engage.
Oh, come on, give me something. There's got to be something here. Yeah, I heard a bear. To be honest, I think that's just sound effects. I don't think there is a bear there. Okay, it's probably somewhere in the middle then. But judging by the map, we should have hit at least one of those sections by now.
Engage.
See what I mean? We've got a rush. It takes the good out of this, really. Okay, this looks a little different, guys. Or have we gone full circle? Okay, it's probably hidden in the center somewhere. You could run really well. Nice! So it's not that hard to run. Okay, we haven't been here before. Okay, now we might be getting... The problem is we're a good bit out from base camp. Mushrooms are well and fine, but... Ah, here we go, guys. What have we got here? What have we
Most of the
got
water
here?
here contains pathogens.
It's not really what I wanted, but still. Might as well take what we got.
Engage.
I don't know, do we really need this junk? I don't know, I think we're just filling up with stuff we don't need, guys. This is obsidian we have. Oh! Where are we, guys? To enter the cave of the valley, look for the key at the bottom of a large lake. We found the cave. We found the cave, guys. We'll put down a marker and head home as quick as we can. Lord. It is ridiculous, isn't it? It's absolutely ridiculous. This is the cave, guys. Okay, where's the entrance? We found the cave. We stumbled on it. Okay, where's the entrance? Oh, there it is. You're kidding me. Okay. We need to put down a marker on this one, guys. And then we can make it back before we die, so we know where the cave is. It said the key is at the bottom of a lake. Okay. I'd say a white flag here. Okay, we need a stick. We need a stick. Give me a stick. And we'll put down that marker. We'll take it out whenever we raid the cave. Ah, come on. Unbelievable, isn't it? There's not even one stick to find. Oh, there it is. Right, let's get back and build that. And we try and make it home as quickly as possible. Oh, this one has. It's got a fancy door. Nice. Right, let's build our marker. We'll never find a way back here without this flag. Okay, that's one thing out of the way. Now it's just the 3 temples. Here, actually I put it at the entrance here. We put in the white flag. And what about the blue flag? Yeah, the blue is easier to see. We'll put the blue flag here. We'll put it up nice and high. There we go, guys. That will get us back here. Now, before our water runs out, we got to get home quickly. Did you remember to lock the cave when we left? Oh. Did you turn the gas off? Right, getting home now before we die. Or this little achievement is not worth much. So, we'll just basically do a run. And we're heading home to that one down there. Obviously, you know, if we have the time to quickly pick something on the way. Well, let's do this. I'm even fearful of taking another way back, but it's here near the lake. Okay. We'll actually take the way here, I suppose. If we're lucky, we might find one of the temples on the side of this bank. So no birds for us until we get home. When we got that into our save, then there's no chance of losing it. Do you see the flag there now? That will direct us right back here. So when we finish an area, we'll take the flag out. Yeah. Actually correct. Right, let's... Oh, guys. We found a temple. Ah, that's cool. We got one of the temples and we found the cave. This looks like a temple. Nice. Now we're getting there. So this should unlock some recipes. So we've just 2 more temples then. So this was the one we seen on the map. Remember the cave at the top, and then this is the center one. That's cool. Right, let's see what we got. Now we definitely have incentive to make it home alive. This looks like a temple, guys.
Ruins discovered.
Yes! We got one. There's one of them.
Level increased.
Now,
New items unlocked.
once we get back, we'll see what the new items are. Let's get out of here quickly. If we die now, it's going to be a disaster. So now we ignore everything. We don't even have to mark that because we've already done it, you know? Which is handy. Well, we won't be marking the tempos. There's not much to find. There, just in case. Oh, that water is pretty desperate, isn't it? No, that's it, guys. Right, let's get home.
Some of these trees are 1,000 years old.
Yeah. I've got shoes that's older. Yeah, that's two out of the way. But finding this key, they said, yeah, if I get killed now, it's going to be dodgy. I'd never find those two again. So main priority is getting back to base, saving it, and then dumping the junk. And then, you know, I don't want to wait here to see what I've unlocked. I'll wait till I get back when I'm safe, in case my water and food is so using up. That's half of it anyway. Finding the key, it said it's at the bottom of a lake. And that's going to be a thing, isn't it? I always check lakes for chests and stuff, so I haven't found one yet, so God knows where that is. It's usually pretty close to, yeah, when we get back there, it's usually pretty close to the cave. Yeah, it's got to be nearby. But we hadn't got time to go looking for it. We can do it on the next expedition. The tempos will be kind of top priority, you know. And I've no way of saving, so I've got to get back with this. Especially now that I've got one of the tempos. And hopefully avoiding wolves. So I'll only stop for, you know, really handy stuff. Oh, yeah, I'd say it's nearby. The other one, it was nearby. So I would say if we keep going around the side. Or it could be that lake that was right in front of it. Do you know that one, Summer? Remember I said, oh, it's close to this lake. It's probably there. Nice. Chest exploring can be cool, alright? Yeah, it has to be. It's that large lake that was right in front. It's usually nearby. The last one was underwater as well, we got in the first biome. But it's got to be that large lake. Oh, there's some nice junk there, guys.
Engaged.
That was actually ore. Right, let's get out of here. Yeah. I think that's us. It's somewhere in that lake, I'd imagine. Like even these guys wouldn't put it on a lake the other side of the island, would they? Oh, we're home. Haha. Cool. I'm saving this straight away. Then we'll sort something out. Oh, I can't believe it. We made it back. Let's see what we unlocked. Here. Make absolutely sure. Nice. Okay. What did we unlock? Crafting, survival, fire pit. Is anything new here? Planter, hammock, smoker, heater, basket, garden lamp, compass, bulb, chimney, steep mag, bed, storage, refrigerator. Ooh, a refrigerator, guys. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. It's lucky I have tons of silver. Gold is very rare, but I actually have some in storage. We get a refrigerator. Whoa, that's some furniture, isn't it? Oh no, I have that. The water canteen is lame. It's just for plants. You can't drink from it. I actually have that. Yeah, the water canteen. Yeah, it's from here. There's a refrigerator, and oh, these are opening up again. Yeah, there's more of them here. Look, on the Valley of the Giant statue. We'll do that later. I better put down a marker on wherever we put that as well. Solid gold, yeah. Oh, it's opened up a ton of stuff, guys. I was wrong. There is. The problem is, what they did was they might have left it a little bit late in the game to be unlocking stuff from the first biome. Kind of a mistake. But there you go, a refrigerator. We'll need that. We'll have to put that back in our main house. Hopefully that will keep meat fresh indefinitely. Cool. There's hope for the shutters after all, you're right, yeah. But I think the best time to give that would be when you're actually building the walls, wouldn't it? Yeah, there's hope for the shutters after all. Now let's see. That was crafting, now the hunting. Peltry, fish net, crab pot, poisoner. No, that's okay. What about luxury? Ooh. Oh, we get tables. We get tables and chairs, guys. There you go. We can do some decorating. Yeah. I need some Wi-Fi. Yeah, we get tables and chairs. About time. I think they held back a little bit. With a fire rack I already had. Table and chair. A garden rock. What? What do we need a garden rock for? Oh, really? That was the unlock? Kidding me. A painting. Oh, nice. We got a painting. There's a ton of stuff now, guys. And a cabinet. Cool. Okay, what about the building? Basic. You know what I'm looking for? I'm looking for the stupid shutters. No, nothing in the building yet, guys. Now, upgrades. No, nothing in the upgrades. What about modern? No, nothing in modern. It's not bad, guys. We've got tables and chairs and a refrigerator. That's good enough for me. Can't wait to go back to actually put some of that junk in there. Now, especially the refrigerator. I think I'll do two. I was lucky. I found some gold early on the first biome in a chest. I'm guessing on the mountain it will be like Valheim. It'll be, well, I won't say easy to get, but there, and you'd only get it in chests and stuff in these two biomes. But I've actually got a good bit of that. Now we need to pack away the stuff we have, and we'll go search for the other two temples. I think we got the one in the middle. That one was close to a lake, so we'll see it on that. Well, I won't call it a map, we'll call it a painting. Oh, and we got a painting as well. But they're leaving it pretty late to unlock a basic thing like something to cover your window. To be honest. Yeah, on the... yeah, that's all it is. I really can't call that a map. But I'll show you the one I think we got. Right, you see it's the second island down to my left. So you can see the doorway. That's where we put up the flag. We see the lake in front of it. Now, we got the middle one, actually. Yeah, that's the one we just got. So, if we had to carry on from the middle one, there's one just past that. Now, we're right in front of that green dome. So there is still one to the left of that green dome, if we can find that. That would be the one I want to hit for, to be honest. Try and find. And I think it's that lake right in front of that for the key. If not, I get a sneaking suspicion, Summer, it's that lake. You see that large lake there? In a straight line directly from the doorway? But I doubt it. I don't think they would be that sadistic, would they? That is a large lake. But I would imagine it's the one right in front. I'm hoping it's not that one, because that's going to be a horrible thing to find. Well, not really. Straight line, really. But I reckon it's the one just in front. We'll definitely be giving that one a try. So, once we took away this stuff, it's still a bit early to bring back some stuff, isn't it? It is. We'll wait till we run out of room here before we bring it back. So, we took away the stuff, get up some food, start off early in the morning, and our next hit will be that temple to my left of that green dome. Yeah, pretty much. Right. Yeah, that's the only way. Concentrate on unlocking the stuff. Because who knows, we might pick up the key somewhere else. But maybe on the first island they left the key being pretty easy, close by. I wouldn't put me past it because these guys wanted to time pad this game. I wouldn't be surprised if it's that large lake, I said. That would probably be the one. I'm guessing a 50-50. Each time the key will be a little harder to find. But we'll see. What's our carbs?
Large populations of game detected.
We'll see. Right, that's that one, Phil. See, I've got tons of obsidian now, so. But the ore is going to be absolutely essential. Absolutely essential. That's it. That's 2 of them. Okay, we'll start on that guy now. We still didn't have to use the poison arrows yet. This is starting to get a little bit fun now, if I may say so. Okay. I'll tell you what we do. We'll do a baked potato on this. Our carbs are slightly low. 66. Problem is if we do that, we'll do that one in the morning, I'd say. Time enough. Okay. Food. The food might get dodgy eventually, I'd say. Now let's see where we are. Hunger 69, protein. Okay. Food. There we go. Now, of course, we need to meditate. Like a good futuristic explorer.
Begin meditation.
Possibility it is the one outside. A good one, actually. But I'm trying to think like these guys. I do know that I went above board to make it kind of frustrating. Well, it probably didn't look frustrating to them. But it might be that they put the second dome a little bit harder. Oh, I'm sorry, are you getting adverts? Yeah, I never actually switched them on. I don't know, maybe Twitch is doing something. But usually, I switch on adverts. No, even when I was doing the affiliate thing a while back, I never put on adverts. I think they would ruin any channel. Oh yeah. It's annoying this, to be honest. But isn't that... It often happened to me when I was raiding another streamer. The second I go into his channel and, wanted to say hi, I would be caught behind maybe 5 or 6 adverts, one after another. I heard YouTube is getting a bit funny as well. I heard some guys talking about it. But basically, their viewership has gone down a lot. Yeah, their viewership has gone down a lot, maybe 1/3 in some cases. A lot of other people are saying, oh, well, the reason the viewership has gone down is they were using viewbots. I think the vast majority of them were not using viewbots. But I think what's happening is this online safety thing in the UK. And they're kind of getting ready for that because once it really hits home in the UK, it's only a matter of time before that thing spreads. You'll see it here, and you'll eventually see it in the US. Where they'll be literally controlling the internet. So I think what they're doing is, unless you're running a channel, let's say with cartoons or something, unless someone has a verified account that they're an adult, I don't even think they'd recommend the channel. I think that's what might be happening. Yeah. I think actually that's what might be happening. I know maybe a few of them were using viewbots, but not all of them. So that's gonna probably, affect a lot. Like in the UK, it will be 18. Let's say why here on Twitch, well, basically you can gain access to any channel at 13, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it happens to me a lot. But uh, if you're doing streaming, I suppose for a living, I wouldn't mind that kind of thing. You know. But yeah, it's getting iffy, all right. I've been hearing some strange stories. I'm taking them with a grain of salt, obviously, because I can't verify it. But um, some of the things put into place. Uh, but apparently, with this online safety thing, supposed to be to protect kids. Well, really, if there's stronger laws against people who abuse kids, there's a reasonable amount of security in place. But there's one thing I will agree with them on, is how companies would take advantage of something like that where, are you 18? Yes, I am. Good. And then if anything happens, oh, well, they said they're 18. But it's going to be an impossible thing to enforce. Um, but the problem with that, and in the beginning it looks okay. You're trying to protect kids. Well, no, nobody would say that's wrong. But once they get a foot in the door with that one, you know, what's the definition of, now they've opted to, now we want to protect kids and adults, you know. Um, but it looks like that opinions now are an offence, which it's kind of strange. We all know that offence is taken and not given. What might be offensive to one is not to another. But somebody was telling me that they ordered a pizza in the UK, and they were delivering out the pizza, and the guy called him up and he said, "Oh yeah, I'm nearly here with your pizza." He said, "Make sure and have your ID ready for pizza," which I thought was pretty strange. Now, why would they need your ID? Well, I suppose. But the problem with, giving, it's not the companies you're giving your information to, but we all know they store them in a very unsecure place. So, if you have a company with, maybe tens of thousands or even in some cases millions of personal information about people, it can easily be hacked and identities and stuff can be stolen. We've seen this on a few websites, where stuff like that happened. Not to mention selling your information as well, so you'll be spammed with, all kinds of everything. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting thing. They want to, well, the VPN would be a work around that, I suppose. So, I think they're trying to ban VPNs. Now, again, a VPN can be used, let's say, for nasty purposes, but you're still trackable. Even with a VPN, the company would know where you are. Um, but mostly it's used to stay safe, I suppose. And again, people can obviously take advantage and they'll probably use that. So I'm wondering what's going to happen here. They've been kind of hinting about something like that. I do know if that goes too far that a lot of the people here won't stand for it. Although they have tolerated a good bit so far. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. But the thing that really confuses me, um, how this really started off in the beginning. It's always something that starts something off, isn't it? I remember these guys back in the 80s and 90s when gaming was pretty new, let's say. Especially around Grand Theft Auto. They were lobbying to get the game banned because kids were watching it and they were mimicking what they were doing in the games, which is very, very silly. If you commit a really bad act in a game, you don't go out and do it in real life. And if you do, the game is not the problem. You're going to do it anyway, which means you're really mentally unstable. But they like the attention, I think, to be honest, and the feeling of being important. But lately they've gotten a new lease of life. They've kind of teamed up with the likes of PayPal, Visa, and MasterCard. And it started first in Asia, where they were banning anime games of adult content. Now, I don't play those games and I wouldn't be bothered playing them, you know, but that's not the point, you know. If you're an adult and you want to play adult games and that product is legal, I can't see any problem with that. But these companies have been stopping payments on Steam. And basically, well, they're controlling Steam, so they're controlling content. So it will move from that, and eventually we'll probably be playing only games like Stardew Valley, stuff like that, where any kind of violence or anything like that will be, ruled out. And they definitely won't stop at that. Now, I'm wondering why the banks are backing them, because these groups could not put enough pressure on these guys. They say it's their reputation and their image, which I find to be laughable, to be honest. We're talking about banks here. We're talking about banks that were, massive scandals they were tied up on, massive S kind of harassment and, lawsuits and stuff like that and, dodgy dealings and, one after another. So a bank preaching morals and morality, I think it's absolutely laughable. But obviously there's some kind of end game. But strange times indeed. Now, of course, any games that would show abuse of kids or, you know, the type of stuff I'm talking about, on women and stuff like that, yeah, they're absolutely unacceptable. There is some games that were, let's say, just kind of pushing the line. And I think they use those games as a kind of foot in the door. And once they got their foot in the door, they really went to town. That's the problem with censorship. It's almost impossible to draw a balance, of what you can and cannot do and what you can and cannot say. Because, the people who get to regulate this kind of thing, they've got a lot of power. And, well, we know where that goes. It starts off with something small, and before you know it, if you're unhappy with a government policy or whatever the case may be, you'll get arrested. You'll be silenced. And no country is immune from that. That kind of power, nobody's immune from that. Let's see what we have in food. Oh, we've got some cooked meat. We'll have to cook some before we go. Although, maybe two might do. Food, water's going to be more of a problem. Okay, that would probably work. Right. Nah, we're okay with carbs, I'd say. I'll tell you
Building a
what we
base
might
here is
have to
key
do.
for survival.
We might have to cook just maybe one or two. I can see this stuff go off, but now that we have a refrigerator, we might be able to save some of this. Here, let's cook this. Stupid doorway. Well, I suppose here, come to think about it, for the most part, we've got a half a chance. And, I remember, how long ago was, what's this, 2025? I think about 8 or 10 years ago, they tried to make an amendment here to the Constitution. They did a lot of propaganda on it. It was pretty vague, but when you read deep into it, it was pretty nasty. But here we have to have a referendum, obviously, before we can touch the Constitution. So I think we beat that referendum by 73% against, So that wasn't too bad. They managed to squeeze through a couple of silly things, I think. And then there was a referendum, I remember, it was back about 15 years ago. And it was something got to do with Europe. But by a narrow version, by a narrow margin, we voted no. Right? So that was it. Now the people have spoken. But a couple of months later, they started doing some propaganda and they said, oh, you all voted no and this is very terrible for us and the sky will fall. The problem was we didn't explain to you how important it was. And they had the referendum again. And they made everyone vote again. And they scaremongered them. And they filled them with propaganda. And this time it had a narrow margin of yes. Now, it doesn't matter if the vote the first time, if we were missing out on something, if we were wrong. The majority had spoken. But the government basically said, well, we don't like that, no. So what we'll do is best out of three. It's like, meeting a shitty character and you're playing poker with. So, there's 100 in the pot. And he loses the game. And he keeps saying double it up until he wins. That kind of shady stuff. But I was really, really embarrassed about that because I remember some of the media were joking about it. Some referendum failed. And one guy looked at the other and he said, oh, I don't know. He said, let's do best out of three. I think that was very, very embarrassing. So that's what our government is capable of. But not just the government, the people, they should have, out of hand. It doesn't matter if it was the wrong vote, makes no difference. But I kind of know it was kind of going that way. So these are the kind of democracies you're dealing with. Now that was just a small thing, and it was only a tiny thing. It was about more integration or something. It might have been something got to do with the currency. I think we wanted to keep our currency. But we didn't. But when the UK was part of the European Union, they kept their currency, which I think was a good idea. Now, I suppose, if you're going on holiday and traveling a lot, it's not too bad, so you don't have to change your money. The problem is, I could never see the sense in the sense that, like, take for instance here, I walk into a local store, and if I want to buy a carton of cigarettes in my brand, there's 200 cigarettes, it's €187 for those cigarettes. Now, I can take my euro money and I can go to Spain and I can walk into a store there and get them for, what is it, about 25% of that. You know what I mean? The only way, although it would have been possible for, having the same currency if they could regulate prices the same, but that was never going to happen. So, I don't know, maybe it just makes travel a little easier or whatever. But it reminds me of a story, you know, way, way back. It was basically, there was this tribe and they were living on some Pacific island, never had any contact with the Europeans, and this was, I think, going back to the 16th or 17th century. And on that island, their currency was a very rare seashell. Now, these people, let's say they weren't a kind of sailing nation, so they only had canoes and stuff, so they could only go a few miles out from the coast. But on a nearby island, about 40, 50 miles away, these shells were pretty common. They were in thousands scattered all over the place, but very rare on the other island. So I remember the Europeans had a ship that went over to the island. They collected all the shells, and they kind of came to the island and literally bought everything they had. So the point I'm making, is, it's kind of silly, you know. But that's the only thing, this money integration, that I just couldn't get my head around. Where, you can bring money from here and get 4 times more in another country with the same money. It's kind of like that in a sense, isn't it? But it's not, doesn't mean much in the big scheme of things. It just makes, let's say, going to other countries and not having to change your money. But it would be impossible to implement, to regulate prices across so many countries. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's the morning, isn't it? Okay, let's go. So we're looking for the other cave, or the other temple, isn't it? We got lucky, we got one of them. We even got a refrigerator and tables and chairs. So, finding this cave. So, we're going for the one there, the blue one on the left. You see there? On my left, near that dome. So, I don't know, where is this guy? So I'm there, so I'm thinking, well, basically, by my estimation, it should be roughly down here. But we were here, weren't we? We'll see. Well, I suppose we can go look for the key. Yeah. We might be able to find it, seeing as we're going in this direction anyway. So, if it is, then it's probably hidden, maybe in around a mountain or something. There might be some ruins or something around. And I really don't want to take down another bear. I have no way of holding this stuff, but having the arrows is handy. Oh, we could be actually quite close to this, but I think it's in this direction here. And I'm not taking any more obsidian. We've got a ton of that. And we'd only stop for ore. Obsidian, no. Oh, could it be in a little cave little area here? But we did already hug this side, didn't we? We didn't find anything. Ah. Ah, but there's no marker either for these. So we know how far it's away. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we'll keep going this way. Oh! Oh! Nice find. 12 gold. Now we don't really need the meat. Okay, we might be onto something here, guys. And we gotta push a bit deeper, is it? Here. Sorry about that, but just wouldn't give up, would you? Okay, kind of worth it just for the 12 gold. We'll need that for the refrigerator. Okay, we'll use this as a landmark. We're looking for some kind of runes or something. Yeah, this is kind of weird.
Look for chests that contain valuable items.
Yeah.
They are gifts left here for you.
I don't know, are we down here already? Oh, we were, that's where that is. The other one is just over here, so it's definitely back behind. This is the lake, guys. We'll spend a bit of time here. And we'll see if we can find that chest, and I don't know about hitting this. These caves are very easy to get lost in. Probably need some kind of base camp. Oh my. Yeah, let's get some air. Okay, it's gonna be around the stump if it's anywhere, isn't it? Or is this the lake, or is it? No, I think it's further down, but we'll have a look here all the same. No, maybe not this guy. Right, we'll get a bit closer. Oh no, we actually we already got that one, guys. Yeah, we got that guy. No, we tried this little bit of lake. Okay, we've missed the other temple anywhere. It's probably hidden, and some probably passage or something to the side. But it seemed to be away from the side and more kind of on this area here, didn't it? It was definitely on the other side of the river. That's where we killed the bear. Maybe not. Maybe we can kind of get around to the temple this way. Okay. Let's see where we're going now. Ooh. Well, maybe this is a waste of time. Yeah. Nah, this is just messing us about, guys. We're wasting valuable time. Ho ho ho! Is this a new one, or is this the one we've already... I think we found one. Oh, nice! We got another one. I wonder which one this is. This, I think this might be the middle one, is it? Okay, that's nice.
Level increased.
Yeah. Yeah, this is a new one, alright. Now, let's see where we are. I have no clue where we are. Could it be the center one? It must be. Yeah, that means we're a decent amount away from that. Oh, we'll see. Or else it's the far one we unlocked. I'm not sure which one it is. I think it's the far one we unlocked, and that's the one behind us. But how far are we away from that doorway? Well, that's home, isn't it? Where's the blue flag? Ah, okay, I can't even see the blue flag now. Yeah. Well, at least there's the blue flag. Well, we might have a little bit of time to mess about around this blue flag. But that's 2 temples. Now I'm not quite sure which one we've got. No, I think it's the 3rd one we got, guys. Yeah, this isn't a straight line from this, okay? And we're down there, so if that's the case, we've got this one on the top. Because we're heading back towards that thing there. And I think it's that one closer to the green dome we've missed. Yeah, I think that's the one we've missed. I think we've got the 2 top ones. It's a pity I can't see really where we are. It depends on how far we are away from... I can't even see where we are anymore. There is a blue flag. Now let's get...
Detecting large amounts of resource deposits.
I want to keep away from the wolf for a moment. Yeah, there's the camp there. Right? And there is that... No, it might be... I think we got the middle one. Maybe we have. It's just very vague. Yeah, it's the other side of the river. I think it is. And a large river the other side. No, it's not. Oh, it's gotta be. I gotta assume it is. So I think it's the one down in the forest near the large lake that we gotta get. Yeah. All we'd have to do is start from there and just move down along the edge. Yeah. We'll see once I get here anyway. Exactly what direction we are in. Obviously avoiding wolves. And bears. I'd never find my way back to that again, so we want to be saving this shortly. Yeah, we're a good bit away from this, guys. In this direction, that is that one. Guaranteed. Yeah, we've found that one closest to our camp. So it's that far one then, that's the only one that's left. Because there, that is there in our camp. Oh, hang on, that is our camp. Sugar, we're going for the blue. Ah. If that's our camp, then we probably... I don't know. I don't know, to be honest, which one we got. Here, let's have a look around here. Either way, we'll get back and save that, and we'll see what we've got. That was a successful one anyway. We got one of the tempos, but we don't know which one it is. map marker would have been awesome. Okay, next one is to head up to that mine again more, see if we can find the key. We have to stumble into it sometime. Yeah. Well, that's the green dome just up there, so... our camp is there. We've come a good bit. When did we pass that lake there? I don't know, it might be that one. It's hard to know. I've no sense of direction on this map. That's about it, guys. Now we just need one of those. Okay. Let's see what we've unlocked. Ah, okay. Before we do, we'll need some carbs. There we go. I don't think we have anything else. Nope. Let's go get our carbs. I'll get some of that junk in a moment. Yeah, okay. Why not? So, 2 tempos. So we have 1 more tempo and
Begin meditation.
the key to find and the thingy to raid the cave. No, while he's meditating, I'll just check on my doggos here for a moment.
Most of the water here contains pathogens. Spirit restored.
Now, there we go. Let's collect our food and then we'll see what we've unlocked. Might be something interesting.
Spirit restored.
There's our... let me see. Ah, carbs are not too bad. Okay, we'll turn this off. Well, we're doing good. 2 temples. And we've already marked the cave. Let's see. Anything new in survival? Oh, a snowsuit. I knew there was one here. There's a snowsuit. I've got enough junk to build that. That actually might be handy to use to kind of forage at night. Yeah, we won't die of hypothermia. That's something, yeah, I'll probably take up a lot of our menu, but still. Oh, a large storage container. Oh, that's... Oh, sugar, I'm going to have to rebuild everything. There's a larger one. I wonder, can they be stacked like the other ones? We'll do for nice decoration for food, maybe, in the kitchen. Snow pod. What's that? Used for sleeping in the Arctic. Can it also be used to save a game? That's an interesting thing. I wonder if we can carry that in our menu and then we could do saves, guys. What do we need for that? Gemstone, oyster shell. I've got all that junk. Well, that's it on that one. There's only 2 more left. Okay, what about hunting? Nope. Luxury. Table, chair. A lamp. Now that's something we really need. Yeah, that's something we badly need, a lamp. What do we need for that? Well, I've got that cave thing. It's very rare, but I have some silver obsidian. Yeah, we can work with that. Well, the lamp, that's very important. And another painting. And a vase. Cabinet. Oh, we got a console. Shelving for display uses. Solar lights can be placed on the console. And it's the building I'm more interested in. Basic. I'm still looking for those shutters. No, nothing yet. Upgrades. Well, there'll be an upgrades, wouldn't there? Oh. Oh, curtain railing. No, that's the railing for outside. I've used that. Let's see what's on modern. Oh, a stone foundation. I wonder if I can take mind out and put a stone foundation in. I'll see, I'll experiment a little bit with that. Stone triangular foundation. Greenhouse. Oh, modern. Well, that's the white stuff. Modern wall, modern window. Oyster doorway, oyster wall. I'll have a look at these. Oyster window. They're very expensive with ore, to be honest. Gemstone doorway.
Ruins unlock every morning.
An arch. Modern door. White wooden strip. Oh, they're interesting, alright. Right, let's get some water. And we'll save this guy. Now, we're so stuck for finding that other one. And there's still 3 temples on the last one, so there's still some stuff. But if we can finish this one, I'd like to go back and do a little bit on that. I wonder, can I move the foundation out without destroying the whole thing? Probably. That would be cool. We could do that one in stone. I'm not interested in building anything here. The beach was nice. Right. I'm not sure which tempo I got, so this is going to be a bit of a pain. But let's assume that we got the one closest to us. So what we want to be doing is going and trying to get the key. Once we get to that lake, we'll kind of go to the right and kind of scurry down the side. You'll see what I mean here on this. You see what that is there? We've got the one directly across. I think the one that we scurry to the side, to be honest, I think that's the one we found. And that's why it took us so long coming in a straight line going back to base camp here. I think it's the one to my left. That seems to be... Yeah, it seems to be pretty close, doesn't it? So we'd have to go, and once we meet that big river, basically it's on that little island. But to be honest, that kind of looks like the one we're at. But yeah, we might have gone from there, headed towards that. I'm not sure. But it's either the one. It's not the one in the middle. One of those two. But I don't remember seeing that lake on the far one either. Oh, look at this guy. So much for the poison arrows. They don't really work, guys. You know that. You serious? I'm not impressed with these poison arrows. 5 arrows to take anything down. No, I'd rather take him out with something else. That was a waste of arrows. Yeah, I'm not impressed with the poison arrows. They're doing exactly the same damage as the ordinary arrows, as far as I can see. We're gonna give it a try now. Anyway, we'll try the ordinary arrows. Yeah. Yeah, it's looking like they're not doing any kind of damage. They'll do the same damage with the other arrows. I don't think the poison makes a difference. It seems to take 4 to 5 arrows to bring these things down, wolves or bears. Let's see, is he still here? What's that? Basic arrows. I don't know, he might not be here, is he? No, I don't see him. Maybe it was just a spawn in or something. Okay, we can have a quick look and see if we can find this other one. And we can always reload back. Yeah, as I said, it's probably down here somewhere. This is going to be a pain, finding this one, you know that?
Detecting large amounts of resource deposits.
Okay, this is some kind of river here. So let's see if we can... Well, it's not much of a river. So, that might be the one just in front of this, you see it? Oh no, that's the one here beside us. So we keep on going and we meet another one. Keep on going this way till we meet another one. I don't know how accurate that moral is. Painting. The wolves are in force. Oh, that's a deer. I don't know. It might be fun to see. Not a hope. Pointless, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely pointless. Oh, if you can't take down someone with one shot, what's the point? Oh, okay, let's say this is the other one. No, this is just a pond. I Ah, it's got to be around here somewhere, guys. Okay, we got something. I would say there's some kind of entrance along here, some kind of ravine or something. Gotta be. But it's really too late to be looking. Oh, hang on. Oh, this looks interesting. Oh, hang on. I don't think we were here before, were we? I'm not sure. I think we were. Okay, this is a large river. Where would that be on the mural? See, I don't know. Oh, I'm imagining, let's say... Nah. No, we were here before. We took out that cave. It's gotta be up here, guys. Yeah, it's gotta be up here. You see, there's a riverboat behind it and in front. So I'm guessing that's the river behind it. So it would be up here, probably. Oh, if that's the case, then this is the one we found. Yeah, I can remember we went up to the side. Yeah, I think that's the one we already found. Right, at least we know which one we need then. We need to get to where the key is, and it's the one past that. Yeah, this is the one we found. Yeah, I remember this area. This is the one we just found. So I know it's the other one then. Yeah, just here. I was right. Yeah, we just took that one out. Now... Yeah, that's the one. Okay. We're missing the one... Let's say well, near the edge of the map there. Yeah, the one near the large lake, near the one in the center. So we've got those first two. Perfect. That was worth it. I know what we're looking for now. Right, let's get back. We'll mess around base camp for a little bit until we can get the morning, and then we'll head up and we'll look for that key quickly in that lake, and then we'll shoot straight on to that other temple. Yeah, it's just that when we were leaving there, I headed towards the cave, and then we're a good bit back from the base camp, and I wasn't sure which one we were at. But that one was pretty close to camp, so that's the one. There's no way that was the furthest one. Okay, we need to mess about for about 4 or 5 minutes, and we'll see if we can do something interesting. Well, I don't really... Oh, hang on. We got ourselves a berry. Well, unless it's ore, I'm not really... Or that junk, I'm not really interested. I can't wait to get back to put in the lights. Especially the lights. Maybe some furniture. I still do a little bit here.
There is a cave here that contains 2 rare items.
Well, I know that. Yeah, we'll just mess about here and let the timer run out a little bit. Oh!
Engage.
If I want to do a stone foundation, I'll need a lot of that junk. Well, that was fortunate. Got ourselves a little bit of ore. Oh, that's just gems, but we'll take it anyway. Apparently you can do the walls with gemstones. I don't know what that's like. Now I've got a ton of that obsidian. Now there's no need to carry any more.
Engage.
Okay guys, time to get back to base camp. Actually, it's easier to see junk at night with this light. Right, let's store this junk up and wait till morning. We have a ton of junk to bring back with us, don't we? Right. Oh, our calves are still okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I wonder how our meat is holding up. Oh, it's still there so far. How many have we got in our menu? We've got tons of them. We've got 3. Okay, let's see if we can sleep this one out. So we'll head straight for that cave. And then from there we'll use that as a marker. We should be able to hug to the right. And, too early to sleep. How long? We still got about another minute. Okay. Why not? I'll probably cook up a bit of food while we're waiting. Won't make much difference. Just gotta wait for another... Well, it's not exactly 10 seconds. It's about 2 seconds each one, so 20 seconds. So that would mean, let me see, in a day per hour, let me see, 60 minutes. 2 minutes an hour.
Place navigation flags to avoid getting lost.
There.
Ruins activated.
That's it, that's all our water. That's what I have to do. Right. Straight beeline then for the cave. We'll check the lake for the key. If we don't find that quickly, we'll head and we'll see. It's the temple actually I'm most interested in. So we might just try and get to the temple. We'll use the cave as a kind of reference to where we are. But to be honest, you know, you could kind of judge this by the map. It's basically straight up. And it's right, well, it's not near the edge, but it's close enough. But if we get to the cave, it will be reasonably close. We should be able to follow the forest down and maybe find it. Right, so unless we see any ore, we won't stop for anything. Or maybe some flowers or mushrooms or something. Sugar. It's not good, is it? Well, at least they don't chase us anyway. Okay, we'll have to walk for a while. Oh, that's the cave, yeah. We just killed the bear that was here just as well. Yeah, I think we're okay for meditation for a while. Should be up there, to be honest. But we'll do this right, we'll get to that marker. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the one we just did, the center one. Yeah, that's the center one we just did. Right, so we know where those two are. We already got that junk. Now, well, the layout on the memorial is reasonably accurate. So this should be the lake then with the key, isn't it? Yeah, there it is in there. This is the closest lake. I get a sneaking suspicion that it's not here and it's in that larger lake. Oh, it's not looking good, is it? It is not looking good. Ah, I think it's that deep lake, guys. I think they did exactly what I said they would do. Make it a lot harder than the other one. Well, it's not obvious here, anyway. Nah, no chest here. Oh, we'll try a bit more, but I would say it's that. You see that large lake near the other side of the map? Gotta be that. But we're heading for the temple anyway. Yeah, it would be obvious by now if it was here. Okay, let's see if we can find that other temple. Well, we
Most
still
of
have
the
enough
water here
juice.
contains pathogens.
So we'd need to hug this side going down and then we see if we can find that other one, but I don't think it's in that lake. We can try it again later anyway. Well, once we get this other temple, this will be the only focus we have. I'm guessing it should be down here somewhere. Hopefully. Come on now, give me some runes. Ah, this is kind of weird going back to the side, isn't it? Maybe it's a lot larger than I thought. I was expecting a chest or something. Oh, there it is. Oh, the gold. Not a lot of gold. Not a lot. Obsidian we've got too much of. Okay. Now we're going to be pushing and finding this and getting back as well. Where's my little temple? Oh, we're getting some gold anyway. It's even worth going back just for the gold. I'm only getting them from chests, so they're very limited. I'm suspecting that maybe on the mountain biome they're a little more common. Okay. Any signs of a temple or anything? We could be pretty close to it, but can't see it, you know? All we can do is try. Oh! We got it. I was right, it was the furthest one.
Ruins discovered.
That's nice. Gotta get back as quick as possible now with this one. Alright, that's all 3 temples. All we gotta do is find that silly key. And I'm nearly sure it's in that larger lake. Now we haven't got time to have a look and see what we got.
New
Now our
items unlocked.
priority is getting home with this junk. Ooh.
The Great North Statue unlocked.
Yeah. Well, this is junk. The only thing I'm interested in is ore. And this is just obsidian, isn't it? It is. Okay. Now we're going back towards that red flag there. Now, if we are at that tempo there. If we keep going to the side, we should be able to hit that lake. You see that lake there? I'm thinking there's a good chance that it's there. So it would be in this direction, going back to where is it? Which way did we come in, guys? Yeah, we came up this way, so we'd want to go this way here. Ah, okay. We'll see if we can go back by the lake. Yeah, the lake should definitely be around here somewhere. Oh, sugar.
Detecting large amounts of resource deposits.
That's just junk I don't need, but... Turkey, it's your day, we haven't got time. Yeah, even if I find a lake, just put down some kind of flag or something. If we haven't got time to search it properly. We definitely haven't got time for that, we're running out of water. Where is the lake? I think we might be hugging the side a bit too much. Do I hear water, guys? No. Oh, we're pushing too far now. Okay, let's cut back this way. There, is that the lake? There's the lake, guys. Or is that the one back there? No, this is probably the lake here. If it's anywhere, it's here. I'll have a quick look. If we don't find it straight away, I'll put down a marker and we'll come back and check it. This has got to be the lake. This is definitely the deepest one here. Now, where would I hide this? Ah, it's gotta be here. I don't know if I've got the time for this. It has to be. Okay, I think I'll just put down a marker. We don't need it for anything else anyway. I'll put a marker straight here and we'll go back and we'll save this. And this is actually not that far. But this is a massive... It said a deep lake. This is it. This is the only one. I knew they'd make it a little harder. And probably even harder again on the winter one. The mountain. Right. What do we need to build this thing? Oh, come on. How do I... There it is. We need the blue flag. Okay, we need one wood. One wood. Whatever.
Engaged.
Well, it has to be a blue flag. How about a... Yeah, okay, blue flag it is. There, that will confuse us a little bit with the other one, I'd say. Right. Well, we're getting home. Which way is it? This way. Why not?
Engaged.
Now we need to get home. Well, we're done with the tempos here anyway. It's just the key for the cave. Ooh, what's this? Huh. Okay. I don't know, we must have taken the stuff from here. We were really close to that temple. And didn't know. Hmm.
Building a base here is key for survival.
I must have gotten that earlier. Sugar.
Health critical.
Are you kidding me? Oh my good. I tried to, you see, there's no hot wheel. I pulled out the bow by accident.
Health critical.
I've got to go. I've got to go now and do that stupid thing again. Unbelievable, isn't it? It won't even give me a main menu. Ah. Yeah, it won't even give me a main menu. Once you get killed, it kind of gets bugged. I might have to close the app and restart it. Ah. Good God. Finding that lake again now is going to be a right pain. Well, at least we know where it is. Yeah. It won't let me reload, guys. Here, I'll close the app. Yeah, apparently, guys, dying in this game, you'll have to quit your app and restart. That is horrible. This time, we'll do it a little differently. We'll go in the other direction, guys, and see if we can find that. That's horrible. We got some gold and everything. And it's not like I can make better weapons. That's why I'm always checking the hunting. I can't make better weapons. And the bow is too sloppy, too clumsy. Now maybe I should have run. I don't know if that would work. Oh, we gotta wait it out again. Yeah, okay. We'll be more careful this time. That was a pity. What does it say? Food. Oh, that's dreadful. Oh no, it's not. We can go. Yeah, 822. Okay, we'll try not to make any mistakes. That wolf. I tried on the wheel to get the stupid spear and then it was too late. Right, we'll do this quickly. I'll see if I can ignore that this time and just keep going straight. I think I'm familiar enough with the area. We get to the house, just keep going straight. But there's a ton of bears and wolves. The bears are not too bad. I should have tried to outrun that wolf, you know that. And let's see if we can find our way back. This is not the house anyway. No, they're the one that had a... No. It's a good bit down here. Down knows, we might even find something more interesting. Won't even allow me to sprint. Yeah, okay. So we just need to go a little bit to the right of this. And this time I'll try to outrun a wolf. We'll see how it goes. Or maybe jump on something. Might have been the way to go. Whatever.
Engage.
We've got plenty of food. We don't need to be messing with that. Weapons leave a lot to be desired. Even after all that level unlocks, we can't do anything better than a spear. So, we should be able to hit that lake from here. Ah, here we go. That looks interesting. Yeah, this is the way we went to the lake, guys, from the temple, wasn't it? Remember I said there was nothing interesting here. So the temple should be up here. We kind of went around the side, didn't we? I hope we'll find this temple. Oh, there's one of the chests anyway. Well, the important one at least. Yeah, okay. Right. Where is this stupid temple? Okay, I remember taking this chest as well. Right, that's our goal back anyway. Let's see if we can find this temple. This could be a pain now, finding this again, you know that? No waste of time. Okay, we've gone too far. So it's up here somewhere. Yeah, we've gone too far. Well, at least we're gonna go back anyway. But we're close. That was some of the temple ruins back there, but where it is... Let me see...
Building a base will protect you from predators.
Yeah. Oh, it's down here. If that's the case then. No, it's not down here. But we did this as well, didn't we? Let's get that chest. Well, there was a chest, wasn't there? Apparently not. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's empty. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, when we were looking for the temple, we went this way, wasn't it? Ah, we've passed the temple. I do know we stuck to the edges. I think it's high up here. Ah, that stupid wolf. Okay, we're probably past it. I thought I got that after the temple, apparently not. Oh, come on. Here it is. Got it.
Ruins discovered.
Yeah, we got it. Now, let's get out of here.
Level increase.
Now, we
New
said it was
items
zero.
unlocked.
There was 0 in there, so now we've got to find that lake.
The Great North Statue unlocked.
Yeah, we came this way and it should be down here somewhere. We've seen it a little to the right. I should be coming up on it soon. Yeah, is that it down there? Yeah, we took this junk as well, didn't we? Okay, we've got to be close. Right, around here somewhere for the lake. You know what's gonna happen now? We're gonna miss this stupid lake. Okay, I remember getting here. Okay, so it's down here somewhere, is it? I don't remember coming this far, guys. Well, either way, we've got to get home anyway. And that's just old clay. Yeah, it's definitely here somewhere. There it is. There it is. Where's that honey? Ah, I can hear it, but I can't see it. Not worth the hassle. Right, let's put up this flag, and this time we'll have to be mega careful.
Some of these trees are 1,000 years old.
Now, we went this way before, so I think. But this time we're not stopping for anything. Okay, apparently we got that one. Right, if we can make it home with this junk, we've just got to find that key on that lake, and I think that's the lake, so I've got to... Oh, sugar! A turkey almost gave me a heart attack. We'll make it back home as quickly as we can. I don't know, we might be okay this time. This guy runs out of steam pretty quick. We got a bit of gold as well, we need that. That thing I can't seem to mine. Oh, sugar. Well, apparently you can outrun them. There we go, guys. Right, let's dump off this junk. We'll feed ourselves and we'll see what we've unlocked. We've unlocked everything now from the forest dome. Oh, we don't need that anymore. Now let's see where we are. We badly need some water. Look, it started to rain. We need some food. How's our carbs? Carbs are decent. Food. Let's see how that meat is. Oh, the meat seems to be... I don't know, I thought we had more... Oh, we did, we had a ton more meat than that. I think. Well, apparently not. What have we got in food anyway? We could probably hash up those other two. Ah, yeah, there it is. See how it's turned to rotten meat? Waste of time. Okay. Oh, the honeycomb.
Tonight is forecast to be colder than last.
So we need some water. Well, this will be nice and fresh, so we're pretty cool with that one. Inventory. Food. Okay. Probably enough. We need to meditate. We'll save it and then we'll have a look. See how we did.
Begin meditation.
Still no sign of the shutters. They'd hardly leave it till the last biome, would they? Probably. I'll imagine they'll fit in like the doors. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, we've still got tomorrow as well. Out from the building. You know, this shouldn't take much longer if we can find this key. Yeah, once we finish this biome, we'll do a little bit on our accommodation, I'd say. Mess about with that for a little bit before we hit the next biome.
Spirit restored.
Let's see what we've unlocked. I could do with better weapons. Oh, that should be unlocking much here. Well, that's for the last statue there. I don't know what that is. Something anyway. No, that's a tree statue. Yeah, no, that would be a statue. We only need 2. What does that one take anyway? 16 of those and 40 silver. Well, I've been growing those, luckily enough. Ah, brutal. No, you pretty much get the bow, don't you, from the start. It's rubbish. Okay. Oh, we get a sofa. Haha. Should have known. I've seen that in the house back there. Don't know what that is. Still a lot to unlock. 3 paintings. The vase. Oh, there's 3 types of vases. Cabinet, console. A pedestal. What's that? Decorative item used to display art pieces. Interesting. Oh, building. Basic. Oh, nothing in the basic anyway. Upgrades. Nothing in that. It's disappointing. Oh, a meditation deck. I wonder what... Oh, that's going to be like a massive greenhouse. We'll have to build that somewhere close by, but, you know, out of the way. Yeah, it's costly as well. Yeah, it's just a greenhouse. It looks like a greenhouse.
Ruins unlock every morning.
Well, that's it, guys. That's all of the stuff. Okay. Right. Let's do this then. We'll see if we can find that key on the lake. Oh, it's too early to sleep. Oh, nearly there. But it takes ages to explore a cave. It's really large inside. We'd nearly need some kind of temporary base camp outside with some storage, you know. But the problem is, sleeping in a tent here, you almost certainly be killed by a bear attack. I don't know, maybe we could build it inside the cave. Although, I wouldn't think it would make much difference to the mechanics with it. That's why I had to build this cabin. I don't really want to build a cabin just to, you know, to search a cave. Oh my, okay. I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll just save it then and we'll have a look around. It's much too early. But at least we got back in one piece. Well, there's a flag there. We'd never get there and back now. Let's see. Let me look for some berries or something. I've got a ton back at the main residence as well as storage, so I don't mind the food maybe in that. But you can have too much junk as well. Oh, we're trying to hunt a rabbit, boy. The poison arrows are a big, big disappointment. The weapons in general are a disappointment. You never get to upgrade them. Or if there is a way, I'm missing it. We're just killing time here. The berries are rare. I don't know, that should be it, isn't it? Oh, you're kidding me. 2 minutes. It's just... it looks dark because of the rain, I suppose. Oh, is he still moving? Yeah, he's a bit too fast now, isn't he? Okay, we should... Ugh! I don't know, let's check the bow. Gotta be good for something, huh? Not really. Apparently it's not too good. There it is. Not the greatest, is it? Oh, at least you got our arrows back.
Engaged.
We'll get a venom gland from that. Some food, not a lot. But I think we'll need it on this one, won't we? Okay, that should be enough.
Place navigation flags to avoid getting lost.
There. We'll cook off this meat before we go. You're better off turning off your headlight when you're doing this because you can't see the percentage properly because of its colouring. Well, it's not too bad here, but in the day it's pretty bad. Very hard to see. Now, we should be good to go. Now, top priority is getting that key and getting home, maybe. Or scavenging up some stuff to make a temporary base camp outside that cave. Or inside. And we'll see if we can avoid the bear attacks in there.
Ruins activated.
Now, food. What do we like? 86. Hunger. 63. Okay, we'll get rid of you. That's what I have to do for a while, guys. Now we'll save this, and that's the best we can do. Let's get to the lake and see if we can find the key. I'm not sure if it's there, but there was a lake outside of the cave. It was pretty small. But it said at the bottom of a deep lake. And that is by far the deepest lake. And judging by the map, it's the only one as well. So I'm guessing it's there. Well, it's only a guess. So it's not that one, it's this one. Now hopefully we won't be assaulted by wolves. Having a flag up, we should be able to get there pretty quick. And we can get rid of the flag, obviously, once we've got that key. But you see, that's the problem. Well, yeah, we're held in by this. It's kind of like Skyrim, you know, where there's a mountain in the way. It's almost like a little maze. This is where the time comes in, isn't it? Yeah, let's see if we can get around this way. We'll have to go around the mountain. And of course we'll grab any of these on the way. Oh my. Might not be as easy as I thought getting here. Oh, don't. There we go. Right, we'll have to go around by the side of this. Now we can get rid of the wolves eaters, so they're probably still here. What's the chance of finding this key? I think we're here. No, not chance.
Look for chests that contain valuable items.
Yeah.
They are gifts left here for you.
I wonder what the bears are then. Now I've lost track of that marker. Ah, sugar. There it is. Yeah, I was actually here a few times. Ah, don't mind if I do. Ooh. Ah, I've got tons of that. And the pouch as well. Let's see, can we make our way around here? Don't be a dead end. Perfect. Okay, maybe it's kind of hard to get to it, isn't it? Ah, for goodness sake. For real. You know what's happened, guys? We've after going for the wrong flag. Ah. I knew it was a mistake using a blue flag. That's gonna bring me right... there it is. Okay. I knew it was a mistake using a blue one, but I didn't have any of the flowers. Maybe I should have put in a white one. Yeah, it's gotta be this one. Well, I think it's gotta be that one, isn't it? Yeah, it's gotta be this one. Nah, the water is a problem, let me see. I will take you, thank you very much. Sugar. I'd imagine this would be the... not even close. Oh, look at this. Oh, hardly worth taking with the antivenom was handy, I suppose. So there it is here. I wonder, can we get around by this way? I get the feeling it's back the other way. I suppose we're still picking up stuff, but we don't have the time for this. Okay, I'm gonna do a little Skyrim here, I'd say. See, can we get out to the other side? Okay, you can do a Skyrim apparently. There it is there. I think. Yeah, I think that's the lake there. Oh, sugar. There we go. Yeah, I think we're here. Yeah, this is it. This is the lake, guys. This is the lake. Okay. Now I want to watch my air while I'm doing this. If anyone sees anything, just shout out. What we'll do is we'll scout around the
Look for
edges.
chests that contain valuable items.
And
They
then
are
we will
gifts
go
left
straight
over
through the
you.
middle. We'd want to be finding this kind of quickish. I would say they'd put it somewhere around the center, wouldn't they? I'd imagine. And it said deep, so wow. Oh, 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 oh. Got it. Oh, yes. Oh, I got it. I was right, it was the large lake. I just had a feeling it was this one. Make it a little bit harder when they said a deep lake. There it is, it was on a pedestal. Right, we're done here. Now, getting home with that key alive. And taking out that silly flag. There it is. There it was. Right there. Let's have a look. It will probably even be much harder to find the other one on the last biome. I'm interested to see what's in this other cave. You'll get 2 special items. The last 2 I got was something where my spirit lasts 20% longer, or, you know, fades away 20% less quickly. And the same with thirst. Nothing for that's probably something for hunger now, which would be nice. Now, let's get back with this key. I'm tempted to head towards the thing and see if we can make a temporary shelter. But if we get killed, it's going to be a pain finding that spot again. So I think the safest thing to do would be to take out the flag, especially since there's wolves around here, and try and get home. I might take out some of this junk as well, with the time we have left, running through the gate to the base camp and transferring it there. It'll save me a bit of time.
Engage.
That's it, we're done with that. Right, we should be able to outrun this guy if he comes again, but let's get home. I'm looking forward to trying out these decorating items as well. See what they look like. We do a save, we build them, and you know, have a gander at them. See what they're like. No, we don't need any more crystals. Speaking of food, yeah, I don't mind eating those. I did something, I suppose. Okay, well, within reason, take our time. Kidding me? Ah, come on, both ran together. What this for? Is there any need for it, really? This bow is impossible to... The movements are too much. It's like trying to use something, there's no... There it is. No fine movements whatsoever.
Engaged. Engaged. There is a cave here that contains 2 rare items.
We know that, but that's what we're trying to get. Let's see if we can get out of here. Those guys weren't happy. Now, before we get too carried away, let's see what that meat was. Small meat, was it? Yeah, small meat. Rattlesnakes, fish, roughly give out the same thing. What was hilarious was the salmon they give out a leg of meat. I don't mind that too much. They probably didn't want to do a whole new texture for a new food. But a fish with legs. Cool. But I wouldn't mind tiny things like that. This game has got far more difficult problems than that. Well, we can take a little bit of a hit to health. That stuff you can't grow or cultivate, so I don't know, it might come in handy eventually. Even if it's only for decoration. The cabinets I'm looking forward to. If they actually hold stuff, we can put some food in the house. Instead of having those chests, that would be horrible. And then there's the larger chests, I'm wondering if they'll stack. Doubtful. Oh. Oh yeah, we're bringing back this junk, aren't we? Okay, we'll just cook up some food. What's the carbs like? Ooh, carbs are pretty bad. Let's hit the carbs from here. Yeah, we're leaving these guys here until we're finished with the cave. Oh, just my little emergency supply. We can go bring them back when we're done. I might leave the cabin here, there's no point in getting rid of it. Now while that's cooking, we'll do the meat in here. time is it? Well, we should have time for one run, I'd say. Get some of this junk out to our little base camp. I'll make sure and get a save here as well. Let's get our baked potato. Oh my good god, 70%. Okay, we can be loading up on the really important junk here. Like the ore, for instance. And we make the gold. I'd like to get those ones out as quickly as I can. Gold. Hang on now. And we'll just take it. Not so much with the obsidian. I might leave that here for arrows because I'm kind of full up on that junk.
Damaging trees is strictly prohibited.
No, not so much with the pals for a moment. I'll get those guys a little later. Okay, looks like we're going for the palace, doesn't it? We can hold a lot of junk, can't we? Oh, as we upgrade, guys, we can hold more. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that. Cool. I absolutely didn't realize that. Yeah, we carry more weight. Okay, let's save this here, so in case anything silly happens. Yeah, we can hold 180 now. What was it before? I think it was something like 120, was it? Right, let's deliver this junk back. Oh, we just need to get it to the first base camp and then I'll move it from that a little later. Give us a little bit of room anyway.
Inventory full.
Sugar. Ah. Ha. Right. Okay. Refrigerator is going to be interesting, to be honest. I wonder what will keep meat fresh indefinitely. That would be extremely handy. Or will I just extend it to maybe 6 days? Ah, we'll soon find out. Oh, where's this other base camp? There it is there, you see that blue one? The red one is our base. And there might be some food down here to harvest as well. I'd say it's pretty much dead. Ah. Oh yeah, why not? Nah, it's hardly worth it because this is just taking us away from what we need to do.
There is a cave here that contains 2 rare items.
I keep saying that even though you've got it before. They probably died. Okay. Let's throw this junk in here. So we need to unhaul it, get rid of this stuff. Unload it. We're probably really better off going home with this, guys. Because I'll tell you why. We just have the problem of, you know, moving it again. Okay, we'll bring it straight home. What are these guys like? Nah, they're good. The rain saved it for a bit. Right, pointless having that. It will just slow us down. Now, you can't actually go in a straight line to this, and that's the problem. So, we'd have to... It'll take us forever. We'll try to get there in a straight line. There's too many things in the way. So we go through here. We take a right this way. And then we just hug around this. Crop. Yeah, across here. And we should be okay going this way. This, I think, was the best place in the island. You'd have to build close enough to an inland water source. I'm interested to see what the labs are like as well. Might do a save in a minute and see what they look like. Now, let's see what's what. Well, there's the ore anyway. You see what I mean? I didn't have a lot of ore. That was almost 3 times more than what I had. Oh, good morning, Das, and how have you been? We've been collecting some supplies and finishing the second island. How have you been? There we go. See, the problem with the obsidian, as I said, we pretty much... I've got 150, and I'm only really using it for arrows and that. So we'll dump it here for a moment. Yeah, we'll dump it here for a moment. And then I come up with some better storage, I'd say. You never use that much in a lifetime. Ah, that's good. Yeah, not too bad. Surviving. So, how's the weekend going for you? Oh, what have we got? Gemstones and all of that kind of... Let me see... Oh, that's our fiber. Those are gemstones. Let's get rid of these as quickly as we can. Ooh. I see. Okay. Well, these are the things I mostly craft with, so I could, you know, put them all in together. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Northern Lily, Venom Band. Oh, the house. I suppose these ones are cured. No! You know what happens, guys? When you leave the house too far, everything stops. I should have been able to do £50 by now. Good as new. So now... Oh, you got a different one. God, sorry. Got a new PC, so I can play anything. Ah, that's cool. Nice. The older one you had, it was probably very restricted, was it? Not a lot you could play on it. It would have been a matter of maybe upgrading, a few things. Probably too much to do. Probably better off getting a new one. So, any harm in asking you, what kind of a card did you get? The graphics one? Did you kind of order it in a certain way, or was it like a kind of package deal kind of thing? It's mostly like a kind of package deal, isn't it? It is, yeah, it is. Even 5 years now is about it, really, and then, they've come up with maybe 2 cards by then. But yeah, maybe about 6 years. Nice, nice. So that way you can, the graphics card or whatever. Nvidia or whatever they're called are really scalping everyone with the cards, aren't they? And it's not even that. It's even hard to get them, and they kind of get scalped like, remember the Xboxes? Yeah, somebody was telling me that. That's the problem when there's not enough competition, $50.70. Oh. To be honest, I don't know much about the tech, just the cards and that. For graphics. But then you could have, let's say a kind of mid-range GPU, I think, and a decent graphics card, and kind of get bottlenecked, wouldn't it? Newest, are they? The Nvidia ones. Yeah, I haven't been really keeping up to date with them. Oh, that's cool. So yeah, that should do you for quite some time. Hopefully. These are all cured pals. Okay. We'll put the uncured ones here and we'll do them later. Doesn't really make a difference anyway, it's just a matter of drying them out. Ow. I just gotta waste a little bit of time doing this here. Oh, I used that for the lobster pots. Wow. Oh, this is the flowers, okay. Speaking of flowers, we better try our junk as well. For Fallout 4, 921 mods. And about 135 gigabytes. Try doing that on console. Alright. Okay. That's gonna take me ages to get through this, but we'll get it.
Hypothermic state detected.
Oh, goodness. Let's see if we can get rid of some of this junk before we die. No, we should be okay for a moment. Where did I put the gold? That's the ore. There's the gold. Yeah, the gold doesn't weigh a lot, does it? Okay, we could chance it here for a little bit till I can just get rid of this junk here. Here we go. Oh, that's the other stuff. Yeah, but here we go. That's a lot of feathers, isn't it? Yeah, it's brutally hard to get used to it. I think they might have overed just a small bit, just a tiny bit. But I'm starting to kind of get the run of it now, you know. But even at that, you know, unless you do a lot of messing about, yeah, it's gonna be pretty brutal. Okay, we better heat up our backside here for a bit. And we'll probably need some food and stuff, so we'll be delayed here for a tiny bit. But enough to make the runs, but not to get to the cave. We want to be starting early in the morning, right from the forest, to have enough time. I might have to build some kind of temporary tent there. Oh, brutal! It's like you're playing a strategy game in the beginning. You know, you're dying of starvation and thirst every 5 seconds. Try and drink something, and you pick up a parasite, or you know, horrible. But they leaned pretty heavy into it because there's not much else to slow you down in this game. Or you'd be through this game in an hour, you know. But you know, eventually, I managed to kind of figure it out, you know. You'd nearly want to do a save, look around, see where the food is, you know, after spending a hard time finding it, and then reloading and running straight there and grabbing it. But growing the food in the beginning. And the problem is when you sleep, you can be bitten by a spider, you get poisoned, you die if you don't have medication, and the flowers were too rare. Early game, it's horrible, you know. I could go on forever. You can't bring food with you from your camp that you cook. You know, you can't bring water. You've got a canteen, but you can't drink the water from it. And that's for watering plants. Brutal. Yeah, they leaned pretty heavy into it, you know, so the game would be long enough. But what they fail to realize is they make it mega frustrating. I would imagine 9 out of the 10 players would have dropped out of this game, you know, before even getting to the second island, because it's way too frustrating. And not a lot of stuff in the building either, you know, so they didn't do it's okay, but they didn't do a massively good job. There's one thing I will give it. The best thing in this game, for the type of game it is, the graphics are pretty good. Yeah, hi Jaeger. But we're getting there. All we've got to do, we've even found the key for the forest. And how are you? How's the weekend? And we've done the temples. We've unlocked a refrigerator, some tables and chairs. So I'm kind of anxious to have a look at those. All good here. Nice. Now, we'll have to spend a day here, I'd say. Okay, we seem to be adequately warmed up, let's see. And no water. Fair enough. Oh, hang on. Well, a little bit of water. Now, let's get some sleep, and we'll do this properly. Be nice to get some furniture in here. But if you don't sleep in a house with a bed like this, usually you'll see a spider and this music. Do 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 do. Yeah. And then you're medically extracted off the island. Nice. On the quit this game early, yeah. Absolutely. Now, when your spirit is gone, that's that thing in the bottom where that flower is that you need to do everything in this game. She just keeps ratting on about it. Now let's get rid of the junk we have. Where did I put the fruit cores and junk here? There's oysters and flowers and coconuts. I think I used all the fruit cores. Well, a good place to put those is with those guys. Now, empty tonic bottles. Well, that's in the crafting section, I think. Oh, yeah, there.
Spirit too low.
Spot. See what I'm saying? She'll keep at that now. Anti-venom. Well, we only really need one. Oh, hang on, that's the wrong one. I rarely get bitten by anything these days. Anti-venom. Don't need a tonic of life, and we definitely don't need that. But that's it, we got everything out. We need the valet key. We need to get into that spot. You could actually destroy or lose this accidentally, and then the game is over. Let me see. Okay, let's do something with this spirit thing. We're in a bad way for food as well. I think we're okay for food for a while. I think we're gonna have to do a bit of cooking, guys.
Spirit too low.
Yeah, these are dead. Dead, dead, dead. We gotta remove them. This junk here has to be watered. Now we don't have enough water, but I'll show you a little trick that I had to do early on, or as I myself would have. I would have definitely given this game up. Because water was ridiculous. Save your game. Now I worked it out. There's about a 1 in 3 chance of picking up an infection from this. So let's see. We'll roll the dice on this one. And that's it, we got away with that one. Now if I pick up an infection, I just reloaded and kept on trying until I got away with it. This is going to be... It's going to delay us for a little bit.
Spirit too low.
Now you understand why I... Oh, it's full already. Why I actually built pretty close to one of these. And you can only do 4 at a time, so you're constantly doing this. The good thing is about planting outside, when it rains it automatically waters, so it saves you a little bit of trouble, you know. I just saw the Outer Wars 2 will cost 80. The first one was only 40, and 40 was too much. Yeah, but there you go. Yeah, the notice sales will probably be not that good. But you know what they're trying to make up for that? All that music. No, it won't let me change the music settings. Do you know what they're trying to do? Because it's first day on Game Pass, obviously they're not selling as much. So it really should be 40. So what they're doing is, anyone that's not on Game Pass, they're punishing them.
Spirit too low.
To either fleece them for money, to make up for the loss they're having putting it on Game Pass, or, even better again, to force them to move to Game Pass. Now, they tried to do that in the beginning, on the pre-orders, that with Outer Worlds for 80. So they had a very, very low pre-order. So what they did is they changed their mind, and, you know, put it back to 70, which is way too much. And then they'll just let the debate die down and come back again and hit it with 80. Typical corporate stuff. If they raise the price of something, everyone complains. Then they'll say, okay, we changed our mind. Then people will calm down. Then about a month after they do it again, and people just don't have the energy. This is a big thing in politics as well. You know, making promises that they don't keep. And breaking that promise, and then, you know, doing that kind of stuff, and just don't buy it, you know. Oh, listen, wait for it to go on sale till it's half price. Even at that, it's probably too much for the game. But until people do that, they're not going to change. You know. But a few really big companies, a few developers
Spirit
will have to
too
go out of
low.
business before things change. You know. Yeah, it is. Do you remember we were? How could I put this? We were almost naive, thinking that maybe when Microsoft took over BGS, that they might start taking the bugs out of the game and not so many microtransactions because we reckon that it might be
Spirit too
bad
low.
publicity for Microsoft and they don't like bad PR. Well, actually, it's gotten worse. You know, I said if that was going to happen, remember I said if anyone that complained, they would say, "Oh well, we don't interfere, with the games companies, their creative process." Which I kind of agree with, except when the company's creative process is not there, it's extinct. They've got
Spirit
about
too
as much
low.
creative process as roadkill, you know. Then they should step in, you know. But I've seen it all before, you know, this kind of stuff. Oh hi, Agaton, how are you? Now we need some food, guys, or we're gonna die. Um, hang on, I think I might have some fish and junk here. Have I? No, you're kidding me.
Spirit too low.
Um,
Spirit too low.
okay. Looks like we're going for some mushroom soup. Let's see if we can live long enough. Ah, mushroom soup it is. That one will have to tide us over for a little bit. We'll cook these up. Yeah,
Spirit
once you
too
leave the
low.
camp, everything goes a little bit sideways, doesn't it? Ah, for goodness sake. Let's get some wood. Yeah, but you see what happened? We got a massive update, Agaton, on Fallout 4. It made it almost unplayable, and it didn't bother fixing it. We had a re-release on on Oblivion. Um, it was bad. It was bad. I was hoping that because BGS were not doing it, that it might be a bit better. But all they did was, the graphic engine of Unreal. On top of that, decrepit engine, the creation engine. So basically, you got the same old game, the same bugs. You've got better graphics. Maybe the HUD is a little bit better, and whatever bugs that would bring as well, added to the Creation Club. All for the insanely cheap price here of, what was it, €65. Seeing as I got Cyberpunk with Phantom Liberty DLC for 50, it was a very good deal, wasn't it? uh, oh yeah, but not only that, even playing with no mods, but playing with mods makes it much worse. But they still haven't fixed it. They've basically abandoned it, and they'll eventually do the same with Skyrim. You see, think about it this way, Agaton. Let's say Skyrim is still pretty popular, which, it's sad for the company, that a game they made, 13, 14 years ago is still the most popular game, which means they're pretty much past their prime. So, if they come out with another Elder Scrolls, Agaton, even if it's rubbish, there's a good chance that when it breaks again, they won't fix it because they don't want you playing a game you've already paid for. They would want you to move to the next Elder Scrolls, where you can buy that one again and again and again and again and again, and buy all the new mods for that one. which will be different, I suppose. Like, how many times did Todd sell Skyrim now? About, what, 12 times? I think it's the most re-released game ever, you know. So, uh, it's good business for a corporation, but as a hobby and a pastime in gaming, it's pretty toxic. It's abusing your customer base, your loyal fans, and they'll turn away from droves eventually. You know, I'm sure BGS will be pretty minor after they do the next Elder Scrolls. But there's some good news on that, Agathon. Um, I'm not really into social politics. I never was. It doesn't really bother me, one way or another. But I was reading up on the latest developments from Todd and the crew. But I had some new hirings at BGS, and one guy they hired for senior quest writer, so that's a meal out. But maybe we were better off with a meal when you hear the massive blockbusters that this guy did. Well, basically, his last job was the quest director, I think, on Dragon Age Veilguard. Okay. Before that, he did that stellar hit Anthem, and before that, he did another blockbuster, Mass Effect Andromeda. All games were badly received by the gaming community, to a lot of criticism, and he was on all three. They were his last three games. So the rumors are that he was brought in to do the next Elder Scrolls. So, I'm not saying he's good or bad. What I'm saying is his track record does not inspire any kind of confidence, with me at least. Hmm. Yeah. But that's the story with that one. But to be honest, you're better off with indie games. They're reasonably priced and some of them are pretty decent, you know, until a corporation takes those over. Speaking of that, uh, Subnautica, I forget the developers who did that. They did pretty decent game. It was small, it was indie, and it was actually very, very calm and peaceful, reasonably priced. Apparently, some corporation, from what I hear in rumours, bought those guys out. But part of the deal was greed is a terrible thing. That if they came out with Subnautica 2 by a certain deadline, they would all get $1 million or euros or whatever it is each as a bonus. So lo and behold, they kind of knuckled down and they managed to do it, and they were ready to release, but the corporation wouldn't let them release. They wanted the time to run out so they wouldn't have to pay them the bonus. So they all quit, and they currently have that corporation in a lawsuit. So that's the end of Subnautica. Even if they get it back on track, it's not the same developers, and that's going to be rubbish as well. Corporate have that one as well. But yeah, get Subnautica. It's pretty decent. You know, I think it's cool. Some things that they could improve on. The size is pretty small and it's kind of hard to build and that, but it's a good game. Mm. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like, even now that that guy from Xbox has gone, he was one of the CEOs there, the guy that used to do all that PR stuff. Now that he's left, he's starting to speak out, which is too little too late. Some of his memos and emails were leaked where, he was saying that Game Pass was destroying gaming, the way they're treating the devs. What they're basically doing with them is they're making them wage slaves. So it's there's no incentive to pour your heart and soul into a game. Capitalism is fine for corporations, but apparently not for people working. Yeah, just for corporations, it's fine. The kind of wage slave kind of thing is apparently or not. So I think what they're doing is they're hiring guys in, using their creative process, giving them a wage, and not a great one at that, and then when they've sucked all they can from them, showing them the door, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. So it's dodgy. Eventually, anyway, we see all this gaming thing. It's generating too much money at the moment, you know. But no doubt, sometimes something will happen, and people won't have so much money to spend, or they'll start to say, "Well, we've had enough of this," and they'll pretend to be nice again and come crawling back. And then probably from the ashes, you'll get some other companies, indie companies that will, do some decent stuff, and in the beginning become quite good and fair. Like No Man's Sky is pretty fair, I must admit. But once corporate gets their hands on that, it's all over. The cycle starts over and over again. Many of the devs leave and make good indie games. Yes, that's the only thing. Yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, the gamer. How are you? How's things in Holland, isn't it? Been well, I hope. Yeah, we're just talking about the state of Subnautica. It's such a pity. Game with a lot of potential. I was hoping Agaton that, once they got some more money, that they would kind of go bigger and, more intricate. But you see how that went. The only ones that are staying independent now, although I haven't heard a lot from Iron Gate. I know there was just two guys in the garage. They did a really good job on that. But Larian Studios are pretty independent, I suppose. Oh, congratulations. Nice. Congratulations. Best of luck. Oh my. Yeah, I've got two grandkids now. So I'm getting old. Yeah, I got two grandkids since I seen you last. Yeah, it's been a while. Nice. Okay. Let's see if we don't starve to death on this. But this game, let's say the food doesn't last long enough, it's kind of silly, in that sense. Yeah, that's probably enough just to cook these two things. Spirit too low. Had one since June the 27th. Nice. Time goes by pretty quickly. And once you get the wrong side of 30, it goes much faster. Sugar. Okay, that was wrong, so we'll have to do it this way. It doesn't matter. I forgot I had the water in my hand. You can actually sterilize the water in this. I do as well. Microsoft ruined that also. The gamer. That used to be called Beam. Remember? There was two guys running that. Maybe if they stuck to it, they might have doing something decent. Of course, Microsoft came in with a big wad of money, bought them all out, and ran into the ground. They wanted to compete with Twitch off the bat. They want to become number one. They've got some kind of main character syndrome where they've got to be the biggest guy in the room. So they left it for about 12 months or so. The numbers weren't great, but Twitch was pretty established at the time. So then they had a massive brainwave, like they always do. They started to throw a pile of cash at stuff, like they did when they were started buying companies. It's a matter of opinion. Let's say, if they paid too little or too much for BGS, but they paid a lot. But what was I saying? Yeah, they decided to throw a ton of money. So what they did is they signed up the likes of Shroud, of Ninja, and a whole array of other Twitch big streamers, and they signed them into contracts like I think it's rumored that Shroud got 100 million for signing, Oh, I wouldn't blame him, to be honest. Now, he did lose over 1 million followers from Twitch, but that was chicken feed to him. So what he would do is, he'd do his bare minimum on Mixer, and then he would switch back to Twitch, and basically when he went, everyone else went, if you know what I mean. It's like what Mixer did is like buying your friends. And then when the money runs out, your friends run out, kind of thing. But they thought they could artificially pump it that way. So they spent tons of money at that, and it wasn't holding the audience. Of course not. They were just there for the streamers. Instead of looking to their own streamers and maybe helping them out, and especially the smaller ones, giving them free games or something to give away, and not trying to compete with Twitch, but let's say a more kind of community-based platform, and that kind of stuff. So yeah, eventually they said they'd pull the plug on it when they squandered enough money, probably with tax write-off. But they didn't tell anyone they were closing down. You remember that? I think most streamers found out uh, from their viewers. They never contacted any of them. I know a lot of them took it pretty hard. But they did leave a message for anyone, any of the person watching Mixer at the time, that Facebook would gladly take them. So that was the recommendation. You move to Facebook. Rumor had it that Microsoft and Facebook were doing some kind of deal for information gathering, selling that kind of stuff. So, they were basically in bed together on that one. I suppose they thought they could make some extra bucks on that. So that was it then. That was the end of Mixer. To be honest, for a company that made its reputation on software, uh, their apps and the way they approached Mixer it was pretty bad. Much like how the BGS guys, kind of take care of the creation engine, you know, which is kind of ironic, seeing as, you know, they kind of made their name from software. But when it came to their own products, they couldn't seem to do a decent job. But yeah, they neglected the platform. They tried to artificially pump it up, and it fell apart. Then they did it as a tax write-off. It hurt a lot of people on Mixer. At least they could have doing was, telling them they were shutting down. Hmm. That I wanted to ask you what you think about this game. It's not a bad game if you're really, really, really into the survival stuff, but there's a massive frustrating learning curve at the start to get enough food to survive. Um, what I did was a lot of saving and then exploring the island, figuring out where things is, and then reloading before I died. Get yourself up a planter immediately. Start growing some plants, keeping them watered, doing hunting, But even with a full belly in this, you can die. You have to watch your carb intake as well. So it's a complicated game, but it's not bad once you get used to it. But the reason it's so complicated is there's not much else to the game, to be honest, except maybe a bit of building. But it's okay for the $20, you know what I mean? And if you want to spend some time and, it's okay. Hmm. I've been thinking about trying it. Yeah, the exploration, it's not really that much. There's not much to explore. The scenery is quite nice, but you don't have time to really take it in because you're always rushing for food. Um, but if you like the challenge of, starting from, let's say, sleeping in the ditch to, having a beachfront property kind of thing, it's a nice enough challenge. But I think they leaned a little bit too hard into it, you know. Yeah, but it's in exploration. It doesn't do enough in building. It doesn't do enough. The level design on this, it's too vague, and there's too many pitfalls. You know, I'm not sure if it's moddable. I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. But the satisfaction of getting to the stage where you can survive, without dying every 5 seconds. And when you die, you just go to your last reload. It's not like you get full health again and you can carry on. So let's say if you saved your game 5 seconds before you died, it would just load up 5 seconds before you died. So you don't exactly have a new lease of life of food and water and stuff. So yeah, it's pretty brutal. Not brutal in hard combat or anything that, but it's brutal in how much they would make you scavenge for food. But growing is your only chance. What I would suggest you do would be maybe once you get the boxes up, you'll be going with mushrooms and potatoes, obviously. So you'd need about maybe about 6 potatoes, well, no, about 6 mushrooms, about 9 potatoes. So you'd be using more potatoes because of the carb thing. And then you would be using the mushrooms and the potatoes for mushroom soup. The problem is, if you grow them outside, the rain won't water most of the time, but you'll have to do it as well sometimes. Or as you can see there, the plants will die. And you'll need a baked potato thing for carbs. But even that's not enough. You'll have to hunt as well, so you want to be getting up fishing nets and stuff like that real quick. But the game is a constant grind. No, this is not hard. This is frustrating. You know what I mean? It's frustrating in the sense that there's not enough food, and they're pretty vague on it. So you'd have to play it like a strategy game where you'd have a save and you'd find the tempo straight away. You know what I mean? So what you do is you figure out where it is, then you reload, then you run down really quick, and you kind of get the upgrades. Then you run back and save it. Then let's say you start to need food and the stuff you need to grow it. So you'd source that out and then you'd reload and you do that. Now what I did, the water problem is going to be the biggest one for you. Getting parasites and disease from that. But it's about a 1 in 3 chance of picking up an infection, a bacterial or parasite infection. So what you do is you have your camp. Oh yeah. No, this is just something. This is not a spoiler. This is just something you need to know, or you'll hang the game up. Build a little tent camp right beside a water source that you can drink. Save your game. Try and drink some water. If you pick up the infection, reload and try it again. You'll have to do that at the start, or you'll definitely hang the game up. But there's no real spoilers in the game. There's no real story. No real story whatsoever. So your save's coming, but I think it's fair in a game like this. Yeah. Yeah, but it's okay for what it is. Yeah, but it's a pity, that didn't ease off a little bit on the food thing. But as I said, if you weren't doing that, there's not much else to do in the game. Plus the food and water, it depletes quite quickly. So you're constantly, doing food. Even here, and anyone you see ever playing this game, they're always low on food. Here, I'll just do this and then I'll show you. And no, there's no hotkey either. It's got me killed quite a few times with wolves.
Spirit too low.
Now we're almost dead from starvation. But this is what I'm talking about. I've got 15 boxes on that side for food and for flowers I need for medicines and stuff. I've also got 15 on this. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. The amount of food you need. But no choice.
Spirit too low.
Now you know why I've got 2 of these. going for the mushroom soup on this one. Now, hopefully we won't die before this is cooked. The food goes down way too quickly. I don't know, I thought you could survive, let's say, you know, without food for a month, but apparently not.
Tonight is forecast to be colder than last.
But a Mega is probably the most frustrating survival game I've ever played. Not to mention you've got to wait ages for this to cook. And then as you're starving, you can't do nothing without the spirit thing. You see it on the bottom. And it takes ages for that to do as well. And the stuff you really need to properly survive in this is more end game. You know, when you've already found a way around that problem. But I got it on sale for about €17, so I think it should be about 20 bucks. Yeah. Yeah. Now, in the game, when you raid one of the caves, you get a thing called a certain stone that it depletes 20% less. That's the water, but not the food. But by the time you get all this stuff, it's too late. The game is over, you know? Which is a pity. Now, while that's cooking there, we'll just take it and eat it. But you're gonna have to hunt as well. And you only get a bow and a spear, and you can't upgrade them or ever change them for better weapons. That's like using a pea shooter. Yeah, they left out a lot in this game. But it's still playable, it's still pretty decent. There. But the vegetables and stuff are you know, they're kind of... You can, yeah, I've got some nets down. But, you know, it takes about 3 days to catch anything. You see them there?
Spirit too low.
And because we weren't back at the camp, you know, all of this stuff happened. Now, let's get back with this watering. But you can't fish with a fishing rod. No. Yeah. Everything seems to be based around 3 days. It takes 3 days for the plants to grow. And it'll average out about 3 days for catching these. No, you're absolutely forced to... You're forced to hunt all the time. And the hunting equipment is ridiculous. But the benefits of growing these outside, at least when it rains, you don't have to do that. But sometimes you'll get a dry spell. So once we water those, it'll last for about 2.5 days. But if you're gone longer than that, yeah, they're pretty much dead when you get back. But at least you don't have to replace the vegetables, you know? It's just you've got to, you know, start from scratch again in the growing process.
Spirit too low.
Now you understand why I built here. Imagine doing this from the water fountains catching rain. Ah, sugar, wrong one. As I said, this is mega. See what I mean? This is mega frustrating.
Spirit too low.
Okay. So 3 days they should be back. That's if I get back in time. Now these guys have a chance, they're barely there. No,
Spirit too low.
they won't water. Nah, they won't water unless I remove them. No, they're dead. We've got to start from scratch again. But at least we don't use the plants. Lose them, you know. I've got it. I think this is similar. Yeah, yeah. Except the graphics on Stranded Deep are pretty bad. I got it and I just went into it for a few minutes. I might have to eventually get to that. Yeah. Again, a frustrating game. I think at one stage there I was just trying it out and trying to survive, and I ate so many coconuts that I, puked all over the place. I think I got dysentery or something. Yeah, but graphically it's much better, and the
Spirit
building
too
stuff
low.
is much better. The stuff I seen in Stranded Deep I was just playing it for a couple of hours to see what it was about. It was very basic, but maybe it can be upgraded. Yeah, yeah. Let's just say I had no problems going to the bathroom. Apparently they work like a laxative. Well, if you liked
Spirit too
Stranded
low.
Deep, this one is probably similar. Except with better graphics, you know? And from what I've seen of the building stuff, maybe you can upgrade it like this. It'll probably get a bit better. I didn't get far enough into the game. Like this one, it kind of frustrated me enough, and I wasn't that stuck to stream it yet. I had other games to stream, so I said I'd do it later, you know? But games from around the early
Spirit too
2020s,
low.
all like that. Oh, there, I can't even see it properly. Ah. Dead plants, huh? Okay, this should be the last watering. This should last for at least
Spirit
2.5
too low.
days. See what I'm saying about that idiot? Keep saying spirit too low. There is a 2, 10 on the roller cookers. Eat or drink 2, then wait 10. A minimum of 10 seconds. I laughed my head off when I seen that one. Okay, we've repaired the damage. That's one thing done. Now, spirit too low. Let's do
Spirit
something
too
about
low.
that. Like once every 3 or 4 minutes would be enough to tell me. But it will keep nagging you all the time until you do this. As you're starving, trying to survive. And watch this.
Begin meditation.
Here we go. It'll probably be night before this is over. This was kind of advertised as a meditation, relaxing game. It's anything but relaxing. You're constantly under pressure. And it's a pity. They did a good job on the graphics. You know, if the food didn't run out so quickly and it was a little bit more accessible, you might have time to kind of look around properly. But you're always hustling to get some food. Thanks for following, Agaton. Appreciate it. And welcome to the community. There we go. Oh, I did the expo as well, Das, on, I just got off that on the last stream. They did the Corvette Expo. Basically what they did in Starfield with the shipbuilding, except better. Yeah. I think two kids in a garage with a PC could do a better DLC than BGS at this stage. All the stuff that BGS got wrong, like, you know, you can't save your ship until it's fully built. With that you can save it, you know, partially full. You can actually fly the ship in space. It's not just a loading screen simulation, you know. You can autopilot and you can jump out and spacewalk. You can land it on the space stations. You can decorate it and live in it right from the start. You know, it wasn't done with a massive update, you know, hailing it like it was some kind of massive breakthrough in gaming. Yeah. But to be honest, you know, at this stage, everything that BGS does in the game, there's other companies that can do it much, much better. Now, that's it. She's shut up for a while. Now, to be honest, we're in trouble for hunting. I could do with a bit of hunting.
Look for chests that contain valuable items.
Ah, shush, I got the
They
chests.
are gifts left here for you.
Okay, we'll kind of leave that. I want to see actually what this new stuff is like. Refrigerator anyway, that's something I definitely need. Let's fill up these guys. It's a pity about the plants. Okay. Right. Let's do a save in here, guys. And we'll see what this junk is like. Then we can get back and see if we can raid that cave. Oh! I'm a half an hour past my time, Das. I got into this so much. Oh, that's handy. We can raid the cave then on the next stream tomorrow. I was literally a half an hour past my time. But I'll hang on for a few minutes. I want to see what this new building stuff is like, and then I can reload it. Let's have a look. Tables and chairs. Cool. So what do we need? We need wood, we need gemstones, and we need obsidian. The lamp is interesting. Let's check the lamp. Yeah, half an hour past it. We need that green stuff, we need obsidian, we need silver, and northern lily. Okay. Let's see what it looks like. Okay, we need that green stuff. We need, what was it? Silver and obsidian. Hey, where's the silver? There's obsidian anyway. I think the silver is here. It is. Let's see what this stuff looks like. Oh, what's that other thing we need? Northern lily. I've got those. There it is. I'm hoping these will stick on the roof. Let's have a look. It's probably something we put... It's a lamp. It's probably something we put on a table. Oh, no. Ah, dodgy looking, isn't it? Here, let's have a look. It's not exactly pretty. I suppose we could do something with it. But I was hoping something like, Something like a chandelier we could use. That's disappointing. Okay. Let's have a look. We'll see what else is in here. Luxury. Apparently table is a luxury in chairs. Let's see what they're like. We need wood and gemstones. We'll see what these guys are like. That says something basic. Just wanted to see what I'm dealing with. Right. The lights are disappointing, to be honest. Oh, at least it's a big table. Oh, let's see. Hmm. Can we actually sit on that, guys? Nah. We actually can't sit on these. Oh, horrible, isn't it? Yeah, sitting animation would have been too much. Okay, let's see what else we've got. Okay, let's go. What's this garden rock? Oh, we can kind of place down rocks. Yeah, whatever. Oh, the lamp was a clay pot. Clay pot, clay pot. Sofa. What's the bets we can't sit on that either? What do we need for that guy? We need, cured pelt. Okay. Cured pelt. Let's see what it's like. I just want to see what we're dealing with here. That should kick in at 7. What time is it? Yeah, coming up to 7. I want to see how much light is coming from that as well. I wonder if we could hide that in the war or something. Doubt it. Ah, for goodness sake. There it is. Now, let's check out this sofa. Oh, there's a refrigerator. That's something I definitely have to check. And a snowsuit. Hey, well, we check that snowsuit, guys. Okay, is that in our inventory? Hey! Where's our snowsuit? What the... No, it ain't here. Let's have a look at that again. Whatever. There's the sofa anyway. Or at least it was there. We've already used up that junk now. Would you say... Well, it's both, but it doesn't go far enough in either of them, really, Agaton, you know? It's plagued by frustrating food issues in exploration, and it's pretty small. And on building, you get lots of stuff that you can't interact with, and not enough of it, you know. But I would call this a mid game, and only because of the graphics. But if you want to spend some time, you know what I mean. If you want to spend some time on a game for $20, it's well worth it. You know, just to let's say best the game when it tries to kill you off in the beginning. To get that kind of sense of accomplishment from it. But so far, it's I would call it a mid game. I would call Valheim a great game, or Subnautica. You know, this is pretty mid. This is Stranded Deep kind of thing with better graphics, I'd say. But it's okay for what it is. I had a good few expectations as well when I started the game, and that was disappointing. But I'm still not sorry I got it. It's still worth playing. For $20 it's worth playing. No, I doubt it. The last thread I read on this game was a year or two ago, and someone was saying, they've probably given up. It's been 6 months since they mentioned anything about it, and then one of the devs replied to him and said, "Oh, not at all. We're doing this and we're doing that," but apparently not. Obviously, they're not going to say they're giving up on it, because it might scare away some customers. But you're talking about a game that has 360 people following it. That is the worst number I've ever seen on a game. It got the most indie game, and it's in the thousands, which is still not a lot. I got an achievement on this. I know, let's say that tracked achievements or tracked gamers, you've got to sign up for that. It's not a big thing. It's probably less than 1% of all gamers. It's a big enough thing on Steam, which it would have been tracked on. Now, usually the most obscure game you'll come across, the hardest of achievements on that will be, 1,000 people unlocked this achievement, or something like that. The one I unlocked, which wasn't that hard, was survive for 20 days or something, or 30 days. 10 people in the entire world that were using tracking unlocked that. That's some bad numbers on that one. But I'd say what killed this game, Agathon, is it's too frustrating in the beginning. But if you last through that, the game is okay. But a lot of people wouldn't have that kind of patience. But it's worth the $20. Especially if you need some more games, and there's a nice sense of accomplishment once you don't let the game best you and you manage to survive. The rest of the stuff, let's say, it will never meet your expectations, in this. But it's still decent enough, for what it is. But I don't think there's anyone working on it now. But I haven't unlocked the rest of the stuff. When I'm finished here, I was just mostly in for building, and I like exploration and building. Hey, tell me, did you ever try Medieval Dynasty, Agathon? That's not a bad game. Surely you tried that one. They did some stellar work with the NPCs on that. I was really, really impressed. But there's no kind of building in bits and pieces like this. You get the houses and stuff, and you fix them up. And I designed a large, a large town in that one. That was pretty good. It's called Medieval Dynasty. You'll absolutely love it. Again, there's a little bit of learning curve. Lot of micromanagement with your settlers in the beginning. But once you get the right guys in the right places with the right skills, it'll pretty much take care of itself. The game is called Medieval Dynasty, and it's available on console and PC. I think you'd really like that. It merges a kind of survival and town building with settlers and farming and jobs and blacksmiths and hunters and that kind of thing. Check it out. Actually, check my VODs. Yeah, check my if you want to. If you go to my YouTube channel, I've got a ton of VODs. You might be able to see if you skip through some of them, you might be able to see the town I was building. You know, I put a good bit of time into that, and it was well worth it. I still have to go back. I'm going back shortly. I played on the Oxbow map instead of the Valley one. The Valley one has the story. I'm still missing 3 achievements for that, so I'll be going back to it. Yeah, and you'll see the building on that. It's actually quite good. Um, Top Toplitz, I think, is the name of the company. Polish studio. Yeah, I really liked it. You know, again, a small bit of a learning curve. The houses, you just kind of put them down and then you just add the materials to them. So you can't really design your own houses, but you can design your own town, which was just as good. Yeah, we put a lot of work into that, didn't we? That was interesting though. Again, I would have liked if they had more junk that you could kind of throw around. It was kind of limited on that, but there's some more stuff going in now. They did an update. They put in some free stuff, and if you want to give them $5, I think there's even more stuff again, which they deserve it. The game was reasonably priced. I was massively impressed with how unbuggy the NPCs were. I'm used to playing BGS games, so I did a kind of few tests on these guys. They can have their families as well. You see kids after a while, and they grow up, and they become apprentices till they're 18, and then you can move them, and all that kind of stuff. I was building a bridge, and the bridge was complete. And this toddler, he was about 3, he was walking across the bridge, toddling across. So I took out a section in build mode of the bridge, thinking I'd see a Fallout 4 kind of thing, Agathon, where they'd keep on walking and fall off the edge into the stream. But the second I did, I mean the exact second I took it out, the toddler turned around, walked the other way, came off the bridge and crossed the stream on foot. I said, no. I said, they couldn't have doing that. So then, you can see, if you ever see the stream, where I had some massive farming fields, and there was this little wattle fence going all the way around, and it was laid out almost like a maze, like a grid. Very, very hard to kind of negotiate your way around. But in that game, you can call your horse. So what I did was, I stood in the middle of the field, let's say with all the fences, and I called the horse, and he was outside. So he came through all the little gateways, and I would keep moving, and he would perfectly follow me through this maze without even touching off the side once. Perfect AI padding. This is something unheard of with the likes of BGS. You're talking about Fallout 4. Now, fair enough, if you go to a settlement that's already built, they're pretty okay. When you start to build on that settlement, walking into walls, walking off ledges, appearing on top of the house, below the house, within the house, that kind of silliness. Really, really buggy. But the second you build something in Medieval Dynasty, the NPCs recognize it immediately. Very good. You can see everyone going to bed. And once your female settlers, once they start to have a family, they take some time off, let's say, and then you get someone to fill in, and once the kid is a certain age, they'll come back to work. It's a small bit micromanaging, but you get through it pretty quick. Once you start building and get everything up, yeah. But I started on the Oxbow map and skipped the story to do the building. So I want to do the story one next. The only difference in the story one would be, let's say on the Oxbow map, if I had the tech and the money, I could build what I want. On the story map, each tech is locked behind doing a quest. You know what I mean? It's pretty good. But if you get it, until you max out farming, Agathon, do the farming yourself. Yeah, you'll get some good XP from that. Because as you get XP on a skill, it allows you to build other stuff. So if you max out your skill in farming, you can build all the stuff for a farm. I had windmills, wood sheds, houses, barns, storage areas, paddocks, stables, all animals as well. Pigs, sheep, cows, horses, donkeys, chickens, geese, tons of settlers. Great game. I think you'll like it. Check it out, Medieval Dynasty. As I said, if you want to see some gameplay, you know what I mean? I've got a lot of VODs on that. I didn't get a chance to do a kind of base tour that I usually do, but I will eventually get around to it. But it was much better than I thought it was going to be, and that's rare, you know. I came in here with a kind of certain basic expectation, but they made it frustrating in the beginning. So, not what I expected, but still good enough to play. I came in with the same expectation in Medieval Dynasty, and it impressed me, you know. Yeah, they do some stellar work. Looking forward to anything new they have. Okay, I think that's it, guys. I'll have a look at the furniture later, but I've been on nearly an hour past my streaming time. I've been streaming almost 7 hours. But I will be back tomorrow, guys. This is the weekend. So this was my Friday evening, Saturday morning stream. So I will be back tomorrow. I'll try and get in another 6 hours if I can, even though I only kind of, state that I do 4. I always try and do 6. So we'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid. And you too, Das. And you too. My pleasure, Jaeger. And thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. So we'll do the usual. We'll go straight to a raid, guys. Goodbye, Corin. And stay safe. Have a good one. And take care. We'll do a raid. I need to get some sleep. Bad. What I usually do after these streams, I'll just kind of download it to YouTube. It's not really, it's more of an archive for me, YouTube. It's kind of handy. Twitch will get rid of, past streams, within about 3 or 4 days now. YouTube will hold it forever, so if anyone misses a stream or ever wants to see, that's okay as well. But it would be nice for maybe 10 or 15 years in the future. Maybe my grandkids could look at it, or I could, if I'm still here, look at it and, kind of remember, a nice little archive. And happy you're here, Agathon. So, it's just mostly for that. So, okay, goodbye, Agathon, Corin, Das, Jaeger, Young, Suburban Werewolf. Thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. And always good to have you here, Jaeger. Let's see who else is here. And again, thank you for following, Agathon. Again, welcome. And of course, the gamer. Yeah, nice to hear from you again. And again, congratulations. Let's see what else we have here. And Ion Summer. Have a good one. And we mentioned Wolf. We did. And Alex. And nice to hear from you again, Alex. Hope you have a wonderful weekend. And of course, everyone. And that seems to be it. So, if you're watching, Terry, Randy, Hufflepuff, Tigger, have a wonderful weekend, ladies. And of course, if I've missed anyone, apologies. Oh, and you too, Limbo, Reaper. Yeah, still rocking. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe, and thanks for hanging out. If I've missed anyone, apologies, guys, to whomever I might have missed. And again, everyone, thank you for watching. As I said, I will be back tomorrow. I'm kind of looking forward to raiding that cave and see if we can get some more upgrades. It's going to be hard for me to fight the urge to decorate this during the day, but we'll see. I might have a look and see if I can definitely. We definitely need to be a little bit more sufficient. Let's say with food. What's happening is when I do get a ton of meat, it's spoiling too quickly. So the refrigerators will help there. It will keep a little bit of the food pressure off me, I'd say. Maybe have a look around here and see how it goes. Yeah, I'll say I might. If I get the time, I might do a little bit of decorating on this. You know, the game is never finished until we make some kind of base. So, okay, we'll go straight to the raid, guys. Have a good one. As I said, I will be back tomorrow. Hope to see you then if you have the time. And take care. Oh, I stream. I used to stream every day. I've been retired for quite some time. Agathon. Neck injury. That's in the past. Um, but within the past year or so, I developed a very, very high blood pressure, so I had to take it a little bit easier. And now I just stream 3 days a week. I stream, if you're in the US, I would stream Tuesday evening late, about 8-ish, maybe 9 p.m., which would be about maybe 1, 2 a.m. my time. So Tuesday evening US time. Oh, you're in Norway. So yeah, I would be probably, you're on CET. I would be probably streaming your time about 2:30 a.m. going up to about maybe 8 a.m. ish. Yeah. So I stream Tuesday, Friday and Saturday. Yeah. The reason I stream at such an odd time for my time zone is because of my pain issues. I have massive sleeping problems, and I don't take any painkillers because that would be just another problem I don't need. So I tend to sleep maybe about 4 hours a day in kind of bits and pieces, but I always wake up around 1 a.m., you know, and that's when I like to stream. And the bonus thing of that is it's nice and quiet here, you know. If I was streaming in the day, you know, uh, I'd probably have visitors in and out, and it would be kind of hard to do this. So it kind of works for me. Yeah. Oh, well, thank you, Agathon. Cannabis. To be honest, if I thought it would do anything for the pain, but not exactly cannabis. There's a derivative of cannabis without the narcotic effects. I forget the name, BD something or something it's called. It's a kind of oil with no kind of narcotic effects. Yeah, if it killed the pain for me, it would be nice. Might be able to get some. That's what it's called, CBD. I tried to get it here, but they only had a kind of vaping thing, and that would make me sick. So I've been trying to get my hands on the oil. The drops where you could add to your food. You know, as long as it doesn't make me high and it's safe, and if it just cut the edge off the pain, you know. But I've got so many things wrong now. I think, nothing less than maybe a kilo of cocaine would do. like Scarface, yeah. Say hello to my little friend. That's what I need. I think a desk. I got a kilo of that stuff to kill this pain. Yeah, yeah. But it's not illegal here, the CBD. Yeah, but the cannabis is. And take a hard stance here on the kind of B class, drugs here. They're kind of hypocritical because, in my opinion, the prescription drugs they use, they're like heroin, and they give them out like candy. Um, I know that cannabis has been used to treat lots of conditions for thousands of years, actually. But I do think they should relax the law and give it for medical purposes, you know. But then that might hurt the profit margins of the pharmaceutical companies, and you can't have that. So, you know. Mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If you have pain, of course, of course. Yeah. I heard it's pretty good. You know. But I've lasted so long without taking painkillers now. Um, but I would take that CBD thing. They've removed apparently the THC properties, and yeah, maybe that might be good. It's not too bad. I've learned to live with it, guys. To be honest, but like everything else, you'll have a bad week, you know, or in my case, sometimes a bad 2 or 3 weeks. But the pain is a strange thing. You can live with anything. Well, live. That's the key word. As long as you're living, you're okay. Hmm. I think it's legal here, Agaton. I'm nearly sure because um, a friend of mine bought some in Cork City in a shop, but it was the vaping uh, stuff, and that would really make me sick. The vaping it. But I'll have to kind of look around. I don't kind of go out and travel that much anymore. Pain can be bad, you know. But I think yeah, I think it might be legal there as well because it isn't any kind of narcotic. Um, Look around anyway, and maybe do some inquiries. Yeah, you might. It might actually work. It's bad, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh, so it's just there in Norway. Yeah, I was in Norway. Oh my, let me see. Back in, I think it was 91 or 92. Yeah, that was a long time ago. Beautiful place. I think we were in Denmark and Norway. We went through a few. I didn't stay long. It was just a contract with a company I was working with, but didn't stay long. A working kind of holiday. Yeah, the kind of yeah. Yeah, it's actually not bad here. Very green and very nice. It reminds me a lot of parts of Germany, to be honest. But if you come here, if you like scenery and peace and that kind of stuff, keep away from the cities and that. Go to the rural counties, the likes of County Clare, Galway as well. There's a lot of tourist traps, guys. I wouldn't recommend these. They're fun. If you're into lots of alcohol and partying and that kind of carnival kind of atmosphere. But there's much more to it. You know, if you like some peace and quiet and some nice serene surroundings, there's especially in County Galway, there's some really nice lakes and castle ruins and forts and stuff. And odds are if you arrive there, you'll have the whole place to yourself. Very, very nice. I would recommend something like that. Never follow the tourist trail as well. Hire yourself a car, whatever. Head in one direction and just keep on going and discover stuff yourself. I always do that when I holiday somewhere. A kind of adventure. Oh, hi. Hi, Cal. Hi, Cal. You don't mind if I call you Cal? And how have you been? Yeah, we're just getting ready to do a raid. I've been streaming almost 7 hours, but I shall be back tomorrow at the same time. I'm just having a conversation with my friends. Oh, Callie, sorry. I'm wearing not my favorite reading glasses, and I'm kind of old, Callie. My apologies for mispronouncing your name. Callie, of course. Hmm. Yeah, my apologies. I should have been gone actually. I should have stopped streaming about 55 minutes ago. But I will be back on tomorrow. I stream tomorrow about 1:30 a.m. GMT. So that would be about 9ish p.m. if you're in the US. Yeah, about 9 p.m. And thanks for following, Kelly. I appreciate it and welcome. No problem. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the accent. Yeah, it's pretty common here. I'm from the Midlands. The H is almost always removed. And then when everyone says it and you kind of get into it. It's I suppose you could call it colloquial. Yeah, I need to do that. Hmm. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, there's some interesting history here going back a long time. Although the language, it's hard to get a grip on. My granddad, well, I'm quite old, so he was born in the 1890s. He spoke the really old Irish would be closer to the kind of Celtic thing. You know, a lot different from the modern Irish now. But it's a very strong, it's a very kind of back of the throat accent. Yeah, my granddad was born in the 1890s. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, he was here. Well, that was long before, let's say, independence in 1922. Yeah, he used to tell me some stories. I was just a kid, you know, maybe 10 or 11. He would have been, I think, around 90ish at the time. Yeah. Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to learn, other languages. It's making a big comeback here. It was pretty much neglected until, maybe about 25 years ago, and now they're starting to make Gael schools. Well, that's basically Irish schools where kids would learn the language at a very early age, and that's the best time to learn the language, you know. But let's say out from keeping the culture and stuff, it wouldn't be much more useful, let's say in business or whatever the case may be. Not like learning German or French or something where you could kind of go there and work, but to keep the culture alive, it's pretty good. It pretty much died out in, oh, let me see. I think it would have been around 16, 1700s during occupation. There was a law passed. If you didn't learn English and you spoke in Gaelic, it carried a death sentence. So, yeah, that was pretty much finished the language. Plus, if you used your Gaelic name, it was kind of translated to the nearest thing in in English. Well, my name in Irish would be pronounced O'Doul. So O in this country would be like son of. So apparently my ancestor was dual. Much like in Scotland, it would be Mac or Sen in the Nordic countries, or let's say Von in Germany. You know, Van in Holland, that kind of stuff. Mm. That would be Mac, yeah. Two variations of the MAC and the MC, but basically the same. The Scottish and the Irish were in the beginning basically the same clan. The Celts, yeah. Very, very similar, to be honest, because I'll tell you why, Agaton. Uh, the Norse were here for about 300 or 400 years. They founded our capital city, Dublin. Dublin in English, Baile Átlia in Gaelic, and the Vikings called it Davina. Yeah, Davina. I think the Vikings. They founded a lot of capital cities here, especially the coastal ones. I think Cork and Waterford as well were founded by Vikings. They were actually here for 2 centuries after they got kicked out of the UK. And then eventually, I think it was Brian Boru, wasn't it? And some of the other kings of the provinces then eventually managed to get the Vikings out. The thing you see in Skyrim with Radgerd Red, wasn't it that guy? He was actually a character. He was around that time. But he had a son called Ivor, or Ivor, I think. And for a long time, historians thought that he was called Ivor or Ivor the Legless because he was like a drunk. But no, he actually had a genetic disease where he was born with no bones in his legs. And apparently they used to carry him around in a shield, much like the condition that South African athlete had. The Paralympic athlete that had that scandal when he unalived, apparently by accident, his girlfriend. Yeah, that kind of condition. But during the battle, I think of Clontarf. Yeah, the Irish unalived him and his crew. So that was the last of it then. Hmm. I think so. Yeah, yeah. You remember that guy? Same condition. But for a long time, historians thought he was just a drunk. They called him the Legless. Even the Vikings thing. You remember that? They kind of even hit on it. Where you remember that kid was born to Ragnar, and they wanted to do the Spartan thing with him, and his wife wouldn't let him. You remember that? Yeah, the Vikings were very Spartan like that. But because of who Ragnar was, I suppose, you know. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Like if you go back in the history of no, it's the same here. You know, there's a ton of Nordic blood here. I remember about 25 years ago, there was a kind of DNA testing and that, you know, especially let's say take my name for instance, Agathon. My name in Gaelic it means dark stranger, and dark stranger was a name that the Irish had for the dark-haired Vikings. They would have been, you know, from the likes of, Denmark and stuff, you know, and Sweden. I think the blonde thing was more on the other side. But yeah, I think it's broken down from a variation of Irish, but it means dark stranger. And Dark Stranger was the name that, you know, if you wanted, you know, oh, the Vikings are here, the Dark Strangers. That means they had dark hair and they were from, you know, a certain section. The Vikings have always been, you know, kind of, oh, blonde hair and all of this stuff. Well, some of them had, but not as many as you might think. In certain countries, you know, would have, you know, blonde would be, you know, a kind of colour you'd come across commonly. And of course, the horns on the helmets, that never happened. That would be a silly thing to bring into battle. That would have been, let's say, more propaganda by monks. Let's say they would raid monasteries and kill monks and take books and take treasure and stuff. And they wanted to demonize them, so they described them as, you know, having horns, like demons. And then it kind of eventually kind of morphed into, you know, the helmet with horns kind of thing, you know. So just some medieval propaganda. Yeah, yeah. There's a ton of Viking and Celtic and Norman blood here. You know, depends on where you go. You know, when you're doing, I remember reading the DNA tests; they were pretty fascinating. You know, it depends on, but the coastal cities mostly, you know, would have the most kind of Viking DNA, and that makes sense. You know, as I said, I think they were here 2 centuries longer than the occupation of the UK. So they were probably here. I'm not quite sure. I did know one time, probably 4 or 5 centuries. But like you know, after 3 or 4 generations, you know, not going home and that, they'd be mostly just Viking in name only. You know, it would be pretty much Irish. You know, and that's how it goes. But yeah, you know, the the modern Irish or even the ancient Irish we spoke then, you know, a lot of words would creep in from the Vikings and probably even vice versa. You know, take the English language for instance is you know constantly evolving. Let's say, and it's usually from travel. Let's say go back to Victoria's age when you know the UK was an empire. Soldiers coming back from India, let's say on long leave, would come home. And basically in India at the time, a small certain kind of house would have been called a bungalow. And then they started saying it, and then everyone started saying it, and then it was in the dictionary. So, you know, a lot of interaction between people can change language as well. Even the internet would be, you know, a pretty good example. But English is, you know, constantly evolving, you know. Some of the older languages maybe not so much. If you could think of where it evolved from, you know, let's say the likes of Shakespeare's time, you know, Dee Dow and you know that kind of stuff. Yes, a lot of them. Yeah, yeah. Most of the stuff from, let's say, modern English would be some kind of variant of the ancient Greek stuff, you know. But a lot, yeah. But I remember some professors doing massive study and research, and they reckoned, let's say, in the beginning and the start of language, that all languages would have come in from one base language. You know, they find no matter how far away or how long ago it was, certain similarities that would kind of suggest that it was one base language, and then as people migrated from there, you know, and lost contact with the tribe or whatever the case may be, new words started to creep in, and then, you know, before you knew it, you had another language. That's an interesting one. I don't know if there's definitive proof on that, but it sounds kind of likely, you know. Now, okay, I better go, guys. So let's do this raid. It's almost 9 a.m. for me. I need to get some rest. I definitely need something to eat. And of course, I've got two Pomeranians. They need a hug and they need a walk as well. Goodbye, Callie. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. So, yeah, you'll see me tomorrow, guys, about 1:30 a.m. Uh, GMT, or about 9ish p.m. I think, Eastern Standard Time in the US. Have a good one, guys. Take care, and let's do this raid. And I'll just lurk on this channel until I fall asleep. My doggos will probably watch it with me as well. Hmm. I don't think so. I've been pushing it. Yeah. But lately, Corin, yeah, I've been not feeling the greatest, you know. Um, but I definitely need some more rest, and I need to relax a little bit more. But you know me, I like to keep busy. Have a good one, guys. Yeah, I think I will. Maybe watch, you know, kind of lurk on someone's stream and hopefully doze off. Right, let's do this, guys. And hope to see you all tomorrow. So, let's see who's streaming.